Good morning, everyone. You guys had a fantastic evening and a fantastic night's rest. Mine was pretty all right. Mine was pretty all right. Oh my goodness sakes! Jack put up a fantastic meme in memery and shitposts. Fucking Johnny Bravo, Albert Wesker, and Duke Nukem. It's fucking perfect. Absolutely perfect. But the 19th Amendment struck down that restrictive rule. Well, why the hell they go and do that? Alright. So let's start our preview, shall we? How about we start our preview? Yeah, right here. Benny being weird again, of course. Brief. Okay, there we go. Fix it. Jennifer looked around inside the tent. There were seated 5 massive werewolves, all looking at her. The single anchor she had in the sea was long gone, taken away by that wood wolf, and now she stood alone in a room filled with strangers. A tangential relation only to Sarah, and for the brief moments she had known her. None of them had yet spoken, but she could tell she was already being judged heavily, and she was doing her best not to panic or start babbling. It would be rude to speak up before she was addressed directly, right? One of the massive wolves, looking to be a female judging by the chest, turned her head to look at the one that sat at the end of the room, who finally spoke up. His voice was a deep gravel pit, rough and coarse, and giving a rumble throughout the room. "Tell me, human, what are you doing here?" Jennifer tensed up a bit and then took a deep breath before she started to speak. The ranger asked Michael. He asked me to follow him here. Michael Wolf with 2 F's. "How do you know of Michael? And why would he bring you here?" I don't know why he wanted me to come, but he helped me. My car had troubles and he towed it to the visitor center. Said I could stay. Then I learned he was, well, like you. Then he got worried. Didn't know what to do. Then, one of the wolves growled out and started to stand before it spoke up. Not in anything she could understand, though. "This is a waste of time, then. Let us be done with it and throw her to the pups." "Sit down, Razorwind. I'm sure Spirit Walker had his reasons not to just kill her on the spot. Yeah. Not to just kill her on the spot. Why would he bother bringing her here if his intention was to remove her?" The initial speaker turned to acknowledge the risen wolf. "Perhaps he has grown soft-hearted. You will not speak ill of one who is not here to defend himself. Root Howler has bade him follow to meet Meraxis. Would he have done such for a weak-hearted fool?" That same female wolf Jennifer had spotted before was speaking now. As Jennifer looked back to the wolf that had started the growling, she realized it was another female wolf, but one of immense size and muscle mass. When she had finally settled back down, the wolf at the end of the tent began to speak once more. Continue. Right. Well, he was grateful I didn't freak out or anything, and I wanted to learn more about him, but he needed to work more. Then, those two others broke into the visitor center. Describe those others, as best you can. Well, both were men. One was very skittish around the other. Turns out both were wolves, but not the same? I radioed Michael and let him know they were breaking in. They realized I did that, so tried to capture me. They turned into their other forms. The ranger said the one was a fool sulfur? But, I learned that my mace really messes with them, so I used that. Jennifer was getting nervous and trying not to miss out on the details, but was scrambling and looking worriedly between the others in the tent, before Sarah finally coughed some and stood up. Elders, if I may continue from here? The one at the end of the room nodded his head along with a couple others, which brought Sarah forward and standing before the group beside Jennifer. I was alerted to the presence of the men breaking in and rushed over to check on the visitor center. I had arrived after Spirit Walker tore a car door off and tossed it through the window and leapt inside. He was currently in the middle of doing battle with a wrecker, Smiler through and through for sure. He was trying to hold his own, but as you can imagine, the wrecker was relentless in pressing him. I dove in to get the pressure off. The wrecker was about to use the Ursine's fury when the human beside me charged in right at them and managed to douse them in the face with the spray. Smiler tore into her back and left a caustic burning substance on him. On it. I guess them referring to Jennifer. On her back. Let's do that. Make it more clear. But the spray was effective in throwing the prick off balance. Myself and Spirit Walker then worked together to corral the Smiler, while the full sulfur that Michael ordered to fight his counterpart was told to come and slash the throat. Once done, I tore... that O wasn't there. Fuck. I keep doing because Jennifer has a lot of uhs in her statement because she's nervous, obviously. Once done, I tore the head off the Spirit Walker's assistants. With Spirit Walker's assistance. This human is reckless to say the least, but it would be a stain on my integrity if I said they didn't help immensely and made the battle quick. Jennifer looked over to Sarah, but didn't know what to say, so instead she just bowed her head in thanks for her words. Sarah grumbled a bit at the acknowledgement, but then turned her full attention back to the gathered council. There at the end sat the father of the pack, whose duty it was to lead the pack and ensure its survival, and it was his ultimate judgment that mattered most. Do you believe this human to be a threat to the pack? I cannot lie. With her knowledge, she absolutely poses a danger to the pack. The large wolverine from earlier then snapped their teeth together and growled, but before she could speak, the one at the end growled in turn at them. This brought silence from them before he turned to look intently at Jennifer, who stood bolt upright. We've had scenarios of bringing humans into the pack before. Yet time was far extended and care was taken. This situation presents us a new challenge. Does she merit leniency or not? I believe Spirit Walker is correct in his assessment. She has the desire to listen and an eagerness to learn. She is brash and reckless, though, and her eagerness comes from her inherent desire, carnally, for our kind. At that last part, Jennifer not only blushed, but the male at the end of the room tilted his head and looked over her intently, then back to Sarah. How? What? Explain yourself. Sarah grumbled some and closed her eyes before taking a deep breath. Apparently, there is a growing amount of humanoids amongst the various populations of the world that are physically attracted to our true forms. In the case of this particular human, it seems very attracted. Jennifer blushed heavily and then held her face, covering it and silently wishing for a swift death to finish her off then and there. The spirits were not in a wish-granting mood, however. At the end of the hall, the leader of this pack slowly raised his hand up and covered his face. Is this accurate? Jennifer did not want to answer. He could not make her answer. It was time for her to just lay down and die. Yet then a commotion started outside. Not of any great uproar, but the tent opened and soon Michael stepped through and bowed his head. I apologize for my absence in such a matter of import. Please forgive me this transgression, Stormclaws. You were called on by Maraxus himself. It would be a fool that would deny the incarnations their will. I would ask you of this interaction, but first, a matter is at hand. We have learned of this human's tastes, and I ask you, knowing your standing is at risk, do you wish to vouch for, guide, and look after this human until she proves herself properly? Aye, I do, Stormclaws. She is brash and reckless, but she chose to stand and help fight back, and she's genuinely willing to listen. Hang on, I want to add something here, real quick. Get another comment about her capabilities and choices being reckless. Jennifer decided she would just quietly sulk on the matter and keep this mentioning to heart. Then that matter is settled. Now then, tell us of what Maraxus and Root Howler said. The massive wolf, currently in its Vargar form, looked between its two compatriots as they waited still. The one lounging on the ground was David, who let out a huff and rolled to its other side before letting out a yawn and a warbly howl to speak in the high tongue. We've been waiting here for a long time. Have some patience. They're showing a kindness by even humoring the offer for talks. We can wait for a time and take in the wonderful sights and scents of nature. The other wolf, Tina, had not slumped down but nodded her head, a strange motion for a wolf but naturalized from her other forms. She then took in a deep breath and sighed out some. I do wish I could spend more time out here. Always on the front line, always fighting the Smilers is exhausting. We need a chance to recharge our batteries more. I agree. Perhaps when we are finished with the shoot, we could take the time to move the bridge to the hotel. No, not perhaps. I think that should be our plan. We can leave the main studio as a buffer. That sounds like a wondrous idea, Reaper Song. Jonathan tensed up a little at hearing David use his deed name, something the Embracers were more casual about, but still carried great import. Ugh. Let's fix that. Great import. Let's do import tense. Let's spread it out more. But still carried great importance. Clearly it was used for a reason. Uh-huh. And what do you want, Swift Fang? David rolled onto his paws and got up before turning to face the massive Vargar and put on the performance of a lifetime. I am hurt that you would judge me so. I merely was being polite. Whatever it is, then it mustn't be important at all. Well, I want to build a little, like bar near the pool. trying to take Shihan's position. I would never dream of taking Mouse's passion. His little strip club and bar are a great safe haven. Okay, the bar by the pool was a lie. You know, if you were just straightforward with me, you'd get more things. But you always seem to dance around an issue. It's embarrassing, but I always had this, dream idea, you know? I want to build a little patio smoker and set up a bit of a fire pit grill and eatery. Just a small little homey thing. Remind me of the good old days. The good old days? David, you're 36. Okay, look. We all aren't ancient like you, Jonathan. And the world changes a lot in 36 years. I just want to... There was this old place that had a little grill near a pool. Brings back fond memories. Tina tilted her head and then stepped up and nudged David a bit, which made him patter away from her. You big dummy. Jonathan was right. Just be upfront about it. You can have your grill and smoker, but just stop trying to be so bashful. It's unbecoming, especially of a Goothie. David beamed with a wide smile, not one lost of empathy and too forced like one of the depraved, but one that had a genuine heartfelt moment. His eyes were filled with life, and he let out an excited howl in thanks. This, of course, was cut short when the massive Wolverine wrecker stepped up to the group and pointed his spear at them. You may enter, but any sign of trouble, I will fold you in half. Spirits as my witness, kin. We will cause no trouble. We're here just to talk and give information. The huge wrecker simply huffed and stepped to the side, allowing the three wolves to enter. It was an odd tradition, but the disciplined believed in showing which amongst visitors was a leader. They were to hold the Vargr shape, while any entourage were to be Ulfr. It allowed an easy tracking of things. As they entered and passed the second set of guards, they stepped into the Steinverki. Here they were met by two more wrecker that were to escort them across the Steinverki and near the Horgr, where the council would meet. At least that is the typical norm, and it seemed this pack was just that. While they walked, they could hear a small commotion, with the others that had jumped the line, so to speak, standing away from the council tent and conversing. At first, Jonathan wasn't going to listen, but then he heard the name, and that made him turn his ear. Name was Jerox. The sounds around were distracting. He needed to focus and listen more intently. Was chewing some kind of skull. But he was there with Meraxus. That name made him slow his advance at first, almost making him want to run off and speak up. Then he realized one of the wreckers was turning their head to look back at him, and thus he had to carry on forward. He did, however, turn his head and let the incredible memory of the Hjalder skull do its work. Look, that's all well and good, Michael, but a prophecy? I know, Sarah. He asked me nae to reveal anything about their location. That other dragon didn't speak much, so I'm just telling you what I know, alright? The group stopped just before the tent, where the two wreckers stepped to the side and extended their hands out to lift the flap, expecting the trio to enter inside, where they would soon follow. It was time for the meeting he most dreaded, but he dedicated to memory those two names and the faces and bodies attached to them. There you go. Let's see. Maybe a bit more. Maybe we'll jump ahead a bit. William stared into the mirror for a long time, drawing up a handful of water and splashing it on his face. His dreams were still peaceful, still the forest and the wolves, yet more and more each night they would show his reflection in pools of water as he drank. The ranger's words, that thing's words, were getting to him, and while his sleep was restful, Ugh. We're 103 pages. The ranger's words, that thing's words, were getting to him, and while his sleep was restful, it was waking that became harder and harder. He just had to remind himself that Sarah would be waiting for him, and so he would draw himself up out of bed and get freshened up each day. It felt like months since the cleanup of the black site and cover-up at the visitor center. In reality, it had been little over a week. William had been hesitant to go along with it, but Samantha had talked him into it more. There were just too many puzzle pieces missing, so for now, they just opened an investigation on that ranger and the woman. The former was an easy find, Michael Wolfe, a name that was so blatant it made the pair of them roll their eyes, while the latter was a complete unknown. When questioned about why they were still looking into things, Samantha stated they were just being thorough. This was always the best obfuscation. Give the truth, but keep just enough back for yourself. The surprising thing was that one of the subjects, that wolf in the woods, had actually reached out to them, wanting to talk some more. More lies, more manipulations. Was any of it a lie? What if... William had to quiet his wayward mind and stick to the cold hard facts. Tangible evidence, not wishful thinking, was the way the world functioned. Michael Wolfe was a werewolf. There was a difference between Michael and the former NDA agent Jack. They did not need the cover of darkness to take their shape. That mirror showed the truth about them. These were the concrete facts, while other things were more speculations or alleged truths. Samantha, though, insisted on the bird being real, but without his own capability to see it, should he add it as a fact or not. There were so many fantastical and terrible truths in the world. The NDA had already pulled back the curtain on some of them for William, so it wouldn't be a hard stretch to think that if vampires and werewolves were real, perhaps spirits are as well. Another splash of water from the sink, and he grabbed a hand towel nearby, one not already packed away in a moving box. By the end of the month, he was going to pick up that place on the outskirts of the city, just another step closer to nature. All the paperwork had been finished, all the deals made, and it was already in his name. The timing was perfect for him, especially after the confession to Samantha. It would be a place they could retreat to together. At least that was the plan. Regardless, he had planned the move for a long time. Work had initially kept him tied to the hustle and bustle of the city center, but now that he was more established, he could take some added liberties. Alrighty. Yeah, we'll stop the previews for now. Yeah. Can we just summon a spirit of alcohol to erase their memories instead of killing them? No, that's where you got to get the god of imbibement involved. Oh my goodness. Phew. Yeah, William, the cracks are forming for William. He's now in a runaway situation where the stress fracture has started, and he can't patch it. So it's just going to be a descent into the absolute fucking shit show that will be his awakening. And I've already put it in. I put it in. I put in literature and writing, but it's this first part that I think is so perfect for it. All of the stuff works together well, right? But this song is definitely the one that I think fits best for that moment of just like pure shock. That moment of pure like he's losing it. I mean, to put up about how like cataclysmic his awakening is, while all the spirits, Michael and Jonathan and Meraxis are watching. Literally, as he's cracking open, it's sending like fissures into the spiritual realm as well. Something that doesn't happen when a normal awakening happens. They can get incredibly violent, but again, it's because William has been resisting it for so long. All of that stuff is built up. So he's a literal walking time bomb. But I just think this would be perfect. Again, I don't care if the stream gets claimed. It gets claimed. Who cares? So, right here, that initial part, the way I imagine it in my mind, right? Because how to blend the song together to get the tone I want is William just standing there. He's still firing the pistol, but it's more like his body's automatically reacting. He's using the firearm, but he's not like taking cover properly or anything like that. His eye is more looking at Samantha laying on the ground bleeding. And it's just like everything's unraveling. All the cracks are forming and everything in him. And then when we get to this part, when the chorus comes in, is when he starts to scream. And that's when his eyes start exploding. Like his awakening is exceptionally violent. So ever been eaten by a composer? I had no idea they could do that. Nope. Because I knew that's what they were trying to do. But yeah. So as you imagine again, him standing, looking at Samantha's body. Well, looking at Samantha, who's laying on the ground bleeding. The NDA have just they've injected her with something, and they've also just shot her. So he's not currently in a, like, I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently not in service. And right here is when he starts screaming. And each one of those is like those hits, right? The little riffs is a new crack that shoots into the spiritual world as well, which gets a lot of the spirits to jump up and they start like backing away, because again, the spirits have this like game they play. It's not malicious, but they know there's nothing they can do about it, but they kind of come as entertainment to watch what happens when a Wolverine awakens. And so, yeah. So, this one, Michaels drew hundreds that he saw. And he drew a couple, like, maybe up to 100, I should say, would be more accurate, right? When Michael and Jonathan are standing there and Meraxis is descending as quickly as he can to get the situation under control, there are thousands and thousands of spirits watching. Like, it might as well be a fucking packed stadium watching what's going on. I mean, Monty is of course, over everything shining, she's the one that's like set all the stuff in motion because she wants her battle dancer to be freed of the chains finally. So you can just imagine the massive gibbous moon hovering over everything, watching as William is basically freaking out. And again, his transformation is far more violent than any of the other Wolverine. Like, his eyes literally explode at the start of it. Electricity shoots out and it fries all the electronics in the area. Like, blows out all the lights and everything. And he is literally grabbing at his face and he's ripping into his face with his own nails, which then, of course, are like popping off and turning into talons and stuff. His is exceptionally violent transformation. Like, they're pretty bad. That's one of the things too that like lends fury to when a Wolverine changes. The first one is really bad. It takes a while too. But Williams is like a horror show. Yeah, so back up a bit. So you can just imagine, like, his eyes pop, the electricity shoots around, he's digging at his face and like pulling bits of it off. His nails are falling off and stuff as he's doing it. Like, his spine like starts to rip itself out of his back and pulls his rib cage and everything out and stuff, like, while it's regrowing stuff around it. Like, his is not a good transformation at all. Yep. Well, this is what I'm talking about, like how I would blend it, right? Because this song works perfectly for the cataclysmic change that William goes under, right? Because his awakening is not a smooth process. Like, none of them are smooth, but the vast majority of Wolverine have a much easier time because they haven't been resisting for so long. The longer you resist, the more and more it builds up. And he's been resisting for over 15 years, which Root Howler had mentioned to the tribe that works for him, that Root Howler saw a woman who had resisted for 4 years, and hers was devastating. So again, this is pure cataclysm. Like, Meraxus is already like weaving spells and stuff in the spirit realm when he descends, and everyone's trying to figure out, like, you know, what can you go down there and like stop him and everything like that. And he's explaining to Michael and stuff like that. And he goes, "There's an order of things. We've got to do some other things first, because as William is shifting and changing, the spirit world itself is cracking and being rendered open, which is making all the spirits freak out. And then finally, as like William is convulsing, a like massive tear in the side of the spirit realm opens, and it leads directly into the shifting hells. And that's what like Merax is like, yep, I was expecting that. And so his first spell triggers, and it puts up the lattice work over the tear. So basically, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna help, but you know, we got to do this in order. There's an order of priority first, and the first one's gonna be when the hells get ripped open. That needs to be sealed immediately. So essentially, the whole time that William is changing, and he goes on that like murderous spree, where it's fueled by just pure hatred. Like, remember, he doesn't kill any of the people there in a very pleasant way. He leaves most of them to like bleed out or suffer. Like, he gains revelry from their agony, because he He is that deep into just how much the hatred has consumed him. Which is also why the tear was open to the shifting hells. Why everything is happening the way it is. Like, it is not good. And it horrifies the shit out of Michael and Jonathan. Like I said, remember, one of the things he does to someone is he picks up one of the agents by their hand, and then he takes his two hands and he just opens their hand like a banana. Just all the way down the arm, bones popping and everything, just right down like a zipper. Ugh. So yeah, it's very, very unpleasant. And again, he doesn't kill the dude. That's going to kill him. That is a fucking fatal injury unless he gets a tourniquet on. Instead, he breaks both of his arms afterwards and leaves him laying on the ground writhing, so he can't have any possibility to do it. Bareback gonna barf after that description. Yeah. Again, it's not supposed to be pleasant. That's the thing here. This is supposed to, like, show the true horror of it. And explain why, when Meraxes finally gets through all the different, like, castings he has to do, when he fully becomes just an avatar, he's not just one of the incarnations of Meraxes. Meraxes himself, the Prime, takes over, and then he descends into the world when he grabs William, and he's basically killing the Bloody Wolf at the same time. When he grabs William, he eventually pulls him into the embrace, and he tells him, I'm so sorry. Because it's part of the unintended consequences. The original compact between Meraxes and Sidor's Steeljaw. Yeah, again, it's not a pleasant thing. And that's why smilers of hatred would be very devastating. And all of the Wolverine would immediately be a smiler of hatred if it weren't for Meraxes. But this one, he particularly has to come down and basically, like, I'm trying to do what I can to save his soul. Like, all the people he's killing, it sucks that he's killing all these people. Granted, they brought it on themselves, but it sucks that he's killing them. But their souls will be fine. They'll be in the divine realms. So, he's gotta be pragmatic about this. Whereas William's soul is basically earmarked to go straight to the shifting hells. So Meraxes basically has to stop that. But that's also why William will never be able to, he can't be one of the disciplined. It annoys him that the disciplined think that they can wash away the sin that they've committed. But again, that's his personal belief, right? The disciplined are the majority. And Jonathan even says the disciplined may have a point. That, they might be right in the long run, but he feels more comfortable being an embracer than a disciplined. And the same thing with William. William is much more comfortable as an embracer. Yep. All right. Well, like I said, I think this, with the intro, the intro is what makes it. Again, just picturing William standing there. His body's basically working on autopilot to shoot back and everything, but he's not, taking cover. He's not doing anything smart. Because he's just like the last little chains that are keeping him from exploding, fall away. There. And of course, starts screaming. Eyes explode. Digging at his face. His spine is ripping out of his back. This is when the emergency lights would kick on. This is just catching like the thing growing, basically like popping out of a cocoon. And then starts the rampage. Yeah. There you go. Like I said, it fits stupidly well. It fits stupidly fucking well. So, yeah, I'm just like, that's it. That's the thing for sure. That's it for sure. Now, let's get to the actual main thing we're going to do today. Starting up Dread Templar. Now, I've heard good things about it. And of course, I like boom shoots, so, you know. Ooh. Some pretty nice music. Alright, I might have to turn down on your guys then. I'm watching the OBS meter. Hold on. Turn down a little bit. Okay. There. Campagna. Fewer health packs on this level. Well, let's not do hell, but let's try hard. Let's try hard it, baby. Oh, and the corridor in front of you leads to the tutorial area where you'll learn the basic controls and some important game mechanics. Okay. Oh. Technically, these aren't katanas, right? Because they're not curved. So they're tantos? Which Mishimo's here? The dual katanas are your default melee weapon. Press the left mouse button to swing. Try breaking the crates. Like I said, I'm pretty sure these aren't actually katanas, though, because they're not curved. I think katanas have to be curved. I think. I know swords get into a lot of weird designations, right? Like, what's a scimitar versus what's a Kriegsmesser versus everything, like, what's a Falchion. And it's like, well, they're all technically of the same family. Combine the katanas into a throwing weapon. Left, also throw them. Try breaking the crate with this ability. Very high damage on his cooldown. His cooldown, you can use the unarmed strike. Break the crate again after the cooldown is over. Proceed to the next room. Pull them apart. Okay. Face the jump. Space while facing the ladder. Crouch and go through the tunnel. Chokuto? Okay. Movement keys and shift to dash. Try dash to the platform. Dashing is a short cooldown. You can dash in midair while jumping. Should midair covers the longer distance than dash on the ground. Ooh. Hello. Yes. Guess we're going for a swim. Dual pistol is your default. Whoop. Ranged weapon. Press E to interact with the lever to open the door. Proceed to the shooting range to learn about the slow motion time. Hell yeah. Z to enter slow motion time. Templar has the ability to enter slow motion time while fighting and charge the slow motion time energy by killing demons. Try slowing down the time and shooting the crates. That's a button to shoot. Press R to reload. Oh, also in crate. Okay, neat. Right click doesn't do anything. All right. We'll lead you to the campaign. Good luck. I wonder if I could have jumped over because there was a hallway there still. The beginning. Kill an enemy with throwing katana. This is Sparta. I found a secret. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. To the weapons. No? Okay. Looking around, making sure. Can we walk on this? Oh, we can. Neat. I feel like I can get in there. I wonder if there's anything under. Oh, spikes. Okay. Nope. I'm glad I didn't. Right. Oh, what? You need to learn about the blood gem. Even the blood of a demon is used to unlock the rune slots of the character or weapons on the upgrade altar. It alters the place where the character attaches the Templar runes to the weapon and the character. Use the blood gem to unlock the slot and drag the Templar runes into the corresponding slot to activate the rune's ability. Templar runes are special items attached to strengthen weapons or character abilities. Each rune corresponds to only one type of weapon. Some of the golden runes can even completely change the appearance and the ability of the weapon. Ooh, like that. Okay, so we want pistols then, because we have a pistol rune. Pistol and SMG damage. Okay. Shotgun. I like the sound of it. Okay, so there's definitely secrets over there. Just how do I get up there? Energy is part of Dread Force. It can significantly recharge the energy bar of the slow motion time. Okay. What is this? Oh, save. Oh. Yeah, sure. Okay. Aha! Mine. Ha ha! My gamer sense is tingling. Missed. Oh, fuck. And then hit a rock and missed him again. Alrighty. Tasty. Hello? That's not a secret? Hmm. Hmm. Nope. No secret. Just a bit of a puff. Ha ha! Okay, hang on. Ah! Damn it. Alright, hold up. We can do this. Did I go through, or did I miss? One last time, just to see. To make sure I went through it, not that I missed it. Yeah, I went through it. Okay, fair enough. Nope. Just to make sure. Bonk. I pierced the skull. What do I do? Oh, ow. Wait a minute. I wonder. Hold on. No. Okay. You can't, like, dash slide or anything like that. Sure. Oh, shoot at me. Oh, you did shoot at me. Hang on, I'm coming for you. Yeah, what do we have here? Really? Another not secret? Hmm. Oh, fuck, missed. Grave? Rip? Rip who? Rip who? Give me a second, I just want to make sure. Perhaps later we'll open that. Okay, I don't need to click multiple times. We can just hold it. Oh, I missed. Fuck. That was really dumb of me and really bad. Nice and dicey. Fuck. Apparently I had an eye booger left. Please hold. Oh. There's a delayed itch. Just waiting. Lurking in the shadows. That one should hit. Whoa! Hi! Tasty. Not the end of the level, right? A red key card? Nice. Okay. Hell yeah. Oh my god. The eye boogers are real. The eye boogers are real. Oh my god, chat. Ugh. I kept rubbing and I kept finding more. Right. Oh, hold space. Okay, yeah. That is what the tutorial said, yes. Yeah, twofer. Hey, open the door. Open the door. Oh, damn, that hit me. Fuck. Not now. Oh, this is bad. Ow. That was sloppy as shit for me. Holy fuck. Health down there. Let's go for it. Anything fun? Any little things that look like secrets, potentially? Anything under? Ooh! Again, it's a good thing I look before I leap, but woo! Yeah. Everything's exhumed. A quick look around. Make sure we got nothing missed. Well, I don't even... No, I just go forward. Oh, it is. It absolutely is. Very Quake-like. That's where we came in from. I guess go forward. Oh, 7 is the secret number. We actually got quite a lot. There's 2 blood gems. Interesting. 2 silvers.
As far as I can remember, my grandfather had always been by my side. He was the most important person in the world to me. That night, he was telling me a bedtime story, as usual. A red mist rose around our cabin, bringing with it a horrid smell. My grandfather tensed up, turned pale, quickly opened a casing with his rifle, shoved me into the hidden compartment in the walls, and warned me not to make a sound under any circumstances. I was scared. I smiled gently. Then, the hidden door slammed shut with a thump, obscuring his figure.
I don't want to skip. I guess we have to? I guess that was the end of it? The prison. Bastard bitch shit fox. Oh, yeah, again, so if you pistol started, I guess, there's your shotgun. Ow! Found the grenadiers. Fucking, fucking, nah, nah. Get out of here, bastard bitch. Oh. Okay. Water? I don't think water's lethal, so yeah. Ooh, hello. I don't know what I did. I don't know if how much oxygen we have. Alright, let's... I smashed the thing. I don't know what that did, though. Oh, yeah, that's over here. Again, not a secret. I smashed that triangle. Looking around real quick. One day we shall slay the bastard bitch, and then we will be free. Bastard bitch shit fuck. Okay, but yeah, I smashed a triangle down there. Which did what for us? In terms of secrets and sacraments. Exploring the side area, you'll get better rewards like the Templar runes and the blood gem, but the greater the rewards, the bigger the risk. Oh, is that what I opened, maybe? The side area? Spoders. Spoders! Ooh, hello there. How doth one get to thee? Yeah! Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! It's suspicious as fuck. Oh, just level design. Okay. Ooh! Hello there. Katana focus. Nice. OBCD? What? Nice. That's from the devs of Necrovision. Cool. What do you call their first hit song? Another one bites the crust. Oh my god. Fucking hell. That's, I gotta admit, that's a pretty fucking good pun. Holy shit. Yeah, that's a pretty good fucking pun. Alright, side area complete. Obvious explosive barrel. Ah, are they the same? I guess these are just the same thing? Cool. Roar's katana, masterfully folded 1,000 times by a 3D printer. Nice. You know what? You know how cool? Hold on a second. Oh, I like this one so far. Dusk's a pretty fucking one that's hard to beat, right? Holy shit, Dusk is so good. Like genuinely so. If you've never played Dusk, that is the one I will always recommend all day, every day. This one's pretty good thus far. Guys. Think about an FPS where you play a Wolverine. Can you imagine the level of threat you have to go up against, though? Holy shit! Holy shit! Turners include Fed Zeppelin, Lincoln Pork, the Diabeatles, Hamstein, Tons and Roses, Rage Against the Cardio Machine, and Fleetwood Mac and Cheese. Oh my god, that's horrible, but also hilarious. Bastard bitch shit fucks. How? How do mine for fish? You, I need you to be alive. I need you to blow this up. Secret to sacraments. Damn it. Stuff down there. What? Okay. Oh, could you imagine how fucking cool that would be? Yeah, okay, so they are the same, but man, it blitzes through ammo. Is that a double barrel shotgun? Is that a double barrel shotgun? Oh. Oh. Yeah, so pure Wolverine powers and an FPS would be pretty fucking sick. But imagine, like, what threats you'd have to go up against. That would have to be, like, I'd have to set that during the Grand War for sure. 100%. Game's good. At the start of the stream, we did more about the book and everything. We're 103 pages in now. So it's going well. It's going well. It's progressing. Oh ho ho! Okay, so that takes 2 to get there. Oh, we have one for this, and we have one for here. So. Going on and throwing katanas, hell yeah. That is satisfying as fuck, I'm not gonna lie. Damn it. I'm trying not to lose any health. You bastard bitch shit fuck. Stevie wonders if he'll see his next birthday. Oh my god. The puns are real. The puns are real. Ooh. A lever? A clever lever? Yeah, that looks bad. Oh shit, well, I jumped ahead. Whoopsie. Oh my god. I've heard that one before though, Dimitri. Yes. I may be blind, but at least I ain't black. Stevie, I got bad news for you. Apparently. Ooh. Okay, I guess we're entering a portal. Oh, shit. Ugh. I was not expecting a fight like this. Actually, hang on, wait. Let's waste. Hold on. Ugh. Again soon, Templar. Now's your best chance to kill me. Later on when we meet, I'll have a lot more weapons and gear. Seems like, now would have been the time to really, try extra hard. Bullet Storm, pistols and SMGs. Food stamp fighters, oh my god. Ow. He goes there. There's an upgrade platform up there. We can go down that way. Oh, it's not an upgrade. Is it? Oh, it is! Yeah, so we have this here. We just gotta get to it now. Right. Maximum health. Okay. Well, I'm checking down here first. I feel like we can definitely get in there somehow. That was overkill. Oh, not for that guy, though. Fuck you. I see another thing up above us. Interact with? Nope. Interact with these? Nope. Rude. Panic at the airport? Oh my god. Oh my god, Duncan. That's fucking great though. Holy shit. Oh, can't go into there. You need to let the hero get stronger first. Villain 101. I'm pretty sure there was a thing, right? That someone did that where they played the villain And they're like, oh, here's where the villain, you know, will retreat and stuff like that to give the hero a chance to grow or like gloat and things. It's like, no, just kill them. And then the dude just does, and it like totally shatters the entire like narrative of the world. Oh, nice. Rage against the hygiene. Fuck, that's good. Fuck, that's good. Oh my goodness. Fucking Duncan woke up and chose violence today. I want to see. Oh. What we call Bomb Jovi. Okay, so that's the second switch we've done that I have no idea opens something. Checking. Aha! Ugh. Okay. Stinking bark. Oh my god. Oh my god, next thing you're gonna talk about the Blackstreet Boys. Oh my god. One secret. I only got one secret. I thought I was looking everywhere. Man, there's the new secrets here must be wild. This is getting out of hand for sure. What do you call a band from Florida? Oh no. The Crack Street Boys. Nah, that's more like Los Angeles. Oh, okay. Neat. Oh, I like that mechanic. I like that mechanic. Yeah. Two. Oh shit! Alright. Guess I shouldn't have charged ahead with the shotgun. Now we know. Yes? Hello? Oh my god, imagine pistol starting. Yeah, that's where you first get a shotgun. You have to deal with those one guys. That was a waste, but that's okay. Oh my god. Place them in an easily escapable situation involving an overly elaborate and exotic death and assume it all went to plan. What? Oh, tasty. Ooh, what is that weapon? How do you tell if you're in San Francisco or Delhi? One's a hellhole where people shit in the streets. The other is also full of meth heads. Nice. And accurate. Trap launcher expansion. Oh, what? Fuck, I thought he was dead. How weird. Strange. A little bit odd, one might say. Alright, so it doesn't extend the time. Got it. Almost died. Big yikes. One of these times there's going to be something under the elevators. One of these times there will be something under those elevators. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Secret sacraments. Obvious secret sacraments. Hold up. I don't have like a piece of paper handy? Like what? Hold on. Special here. Where's my pencil? Where'd my pencil fuck. Bastard bitch shit fuck. There it is. Top left, middle 2, bottom. Okay. Neat. Neato bandito. Yeah, how you doing today, Threadnut? A blueprint. Can't even draw a blueprint in this damn place. Keep walking on that thing. I didn't hurt myself, I guess. Yeah, well. Neat. I just get the feeling I don't want to jump down there. You know? The only one. Well, we know there's the one secret in the one room we couldn't figure out how to get to. Oh? Oh, fuck! That was close. Oh, shit! Hi! There's stuff up there, obviously. Fire rate increase, thank you. Gold right there. somewhat cheeky before the dark times, where he's played by the male-hating robot Daniel Craig. Yeah. That was a waste of ammo. Can't be there yet. Recently bullied such into watching Spy X Family. Actually goated. Yep, it really is. It's a good show. Spy X Family is unironically a good show. Ooh, bow and arrow. Whoa! Hi. That usually means there's stuff. So why? Gotta figure those skulls out. Gotta figure those out. They also, the thing that's really cool about Spy X Family is the fact that they know how to actually write a child. And what I mean by that is a child's mentality, you know? And how they view the world, the warped and skewed perspective they have. Dalton was the most accurate Bond. Pierce was the most fun for sure, and my favorite Bond. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Wow. How passe. Dreadnought. Yeah, right, I can't remember the names. Of course not. But again, she acts like a child would, and she has the mentality of a child, right? It's genuinely very fitting. And I love the fact that she can read minds, so she knows that her father figure is a spy, and her mother figure is an assassin. This screams bad news. Present them. Free run's really good, too. A lot of people, there is a shocking number of people who, you can probably guess they're a fucking political alignment, that are like, no, she's a terrible person, the demons are all good, and stuff like that. They prove the demons are good. They said they had remorse. It's like, you motherfuckers. Holy shit, no wonder you're so easy to gaslight. Somebody just says something, you accept it as the fucking truth. Oh my god, they specifically go out of the way to prove that demons have no concept of empathy. They're literally lying. They even outright tell you the demons are lying. They are predators emulating prey so that they can feast. Holy fuck. Like, that's those moments where you hear someone say that and you just have that slow, you know, stone turn, the stone turn.sfx. Just. What? What's a father? I don't know, but it's something humans respond to. Exactly. It's like they make it abundantly clear. The demons are not good. Media literacy tends to be a concept only uttered by those who are utterly lacking in it. Fucking true. Holy shit. Right, where is it? Where is it? I saw the bow. I wants it. It's up there. It's up there. How do I get up there? How do we get there? Hang on, go up and around and then drop down, I think. I think that's how we get there. Maybe we drop down from up here. Yeah, drop over the fence. Oh, hello there. Only 4 arrows. Ooh. This thing better hit like a fucking freight train, I hope. Shotgun damage, yeah. The black bow. Right, well, we've got a thing here. We got 2 things here. Cancel the reloading of the pistol and SMG. Oh my god. That's pretty fucking strong. Might as well. I mean, probably. The worry you would have, though, if you were Lloyd Forger, right? Which I love the fact that his name is Forger, you know, forgery. But the problem you would have, right, is if the dude knows your name, right? Would aliases count? I can't remember in Death Note if aliases count. Not Lloyd Forger, for example, but what if they knew his spy name, right? Would that count? Because it is him and only him that has it. Yeah, that's fair. Oh no, not now. Not now! I cannot get that back. Oh shit. Okay, so now the question is, which side? Oh, wait, based on the drawing, it was this side, right? Yeah. Yeah, because I remember there was a staircase in the blueprint. So we want to do you. Technically, I don't know if they meant open or if they meant closed. You know? Like, did the X mean open or closed? I guess we'll try. We tried open, right? Nothing else. Okay, hang on a second. More stuff to explore around. I just had a great episode where Doc's life was greatly improved if he was set up to be a villain, and he legit worries if he's a good person or not. Yep. Alright, we're gonna do closed. I don't even know what I'm trying to accomplish, you know? Is it both sides, maybe? Both sides have to be that way? Well, first, I guess let's try them. That's closed. Maybe there's a blueprint we're missing. Right? That would make sense. Because we're missing some secrets, obviously. Ooh, speaking of. Neat. Okay, Nat. I feel like we would get that if we did it right. You know? I feel like there's maybe the blueprints were missing on this side for this one. Because the other one, I think this is correct, right? Like, what else would you think for an X? I guess maybe open? You know what I mean? It could be open. Try this open. I want it. It looks cool. Looks like it's a fucking bazooka for sure, or rocket launcher. Let's see if we can figure out how to get some of these other secrets. What are we missing? That one didn't have anything underneath it, but it didn't have any spikes under it. I mean, but there was death. Sure. Oh, there's a minion down here. What? Oh, there's more minions down here. What? Okay, what happened? Where did you come from? There's more minions, but we've already been through this area. The question is, why? Let's see about that area. Why? But why? Nope. Yeah, it's got spikes. That's got spikes. Yeah, so here, right, see that one's got the staircase right there, so it makes me think it's that one side. I don't know what the X means, if it means open or closed, right? I just know that's what it is. And then obviously, like, maybe there's another blueprint somewhere? we got this up here. How do we get up there is the question. I was thinking maybe some shenaniganry. You. Oh, they'll show you. 2 of 10 secrets. Yeah, holy fuck. And then you got this strange area here. And those skulls, which I think open that area. I think. This is where we got the one stuff at. We already did the jump over there and got the black bow. Okay, well. In this weird corner. Right? Just because, like, oh, it's red. It's like, okay, why is it red? Right, well, I guess. And I really want the rocket launcher. But we're missing so many secrets, and I have no idea how to get to some of them. We can see some of them, again, that area up above the cages. Oh my god, the lightsabers, yeah. Suspicious. Got that secret area. this level. Damn. 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 So one jump for us to get to. Fuck. Oh my goodness. Hey Grindus, welcome. Back below the surface. Right. Give me a second. Probably gonna go to the bathroom real quick. It's going well. I guess you guys are gonna get some music while I'm in the bathroom. It would be ought to be. I'm back. Sorry about that, chat. I am here now. Absolutely perfect timing, yep. So, speaking of perfect timing, hold on. I want to talk about it. Alright. That's very convenient, by the way. So, I want to talk about it. It's more like a Quake-like. Very, very heavy Quake vibes, for sure. Alright. So. Have you guys heard about the V Shoujo Iron Mouse situation? Right? For any that have not heard, Iron Mouse has now left V Shoujo. Okay? Apparently, now allegedly, V Shoujo embezzled funds from Iron Mouse, and so they owe her a significant amount of money, and they stole $500,000 in charity money that was meant for the Immunodeficiency Foundation. Yeah, absolute fucking scum. 100%. That's what Iron Mouse has alleged. And this is what the lawyers have okayed her to say. Okay? You gotta keep in mind. This is what the lawyers said was okay for her to post. Because there are lawyers involved. Already. And a lot of the other V Shoujo talent that left already have just come out and said, yeah, it's fucking bleak. V Shoujo's dead, no matter what. The face, the icon of your company, right or wrong, right? This is the right or wrong. The face of your company has just come out and said, you're a bunch of lying, cheating, thieving pieces of shit, right? Like, oh my god. This is the sanitized version that makes V Shoujo look good. No, this is the sanitized version that's, like, not legally actionable. Because, yeah. These are the allegations now being made. Okay? So, they've embezzled a lot of money that was meant for Iron Mouse. They owe her a significant amount of money. And they stole $500,000 in money that was earmarked for charity. Specifically for a charity that Iron Mouse and Connor picked out because Iron Mouse suffers an immunodeficiency. So, like, that it's really, really fucking bad. Really fucking bad. Oh yeah. It's not good. And all of the V Shoujo talent are now all speaking up and being like, yep. All the former V Shoujo talent, the ones that already left. Everybody was speculating something weird happened behind the scenes, right? Why would all these talents leave? Like, en masse. Well, now we know why. Now, did all of them know? You know, there's no way of knowing. And how would they know? You know? Iron Mouse only figured it out when she started taking control of more of her finances, and then she started digging. I guess in tangentially related news, pirate software continues to try to burrow to the center of the earth. There is now evidence out that pirate software has been engaging in fraud. Like, legally actionable fraud. Through his own leaked DM messages that he leaked himself on accident by bringing them up on stream, one of his moderators, through falsified means, was buying bits and giving subscriptions on Twitch to keep hype trains rolling. So they were artificially, like, boosting the hype trains. Which you're like, oh, why does that matter? Because it incentivizes other people to spend money. They're spending that money in good faith because they think, oh, yeah, this is exciting, sort of thing, right? It's market manipulation, which is a federal crime, by the way. Legal Mindset is now looking in on it, and he's like, yeah, that's federally illegal. And now Twitch now already looks like dog shit, right? Twitch already looks like a piece of shit. Because they won't enforce their rulings against any of their, like, super associated things. They're like, they won't go after Hassan Piker, who's a proven criminal now, right? He self-admitted that he's the criminal. They won't go after Hassan Piker or anything because he's aligned to their philosophy and ideology. It's very selective enforcement, right? Oh, it gets so much worse, man. The rabbit hole for pirate software is fucking deep, of just how much of a con man he really is. Like, oh my god, my favorite one. It's a video. It's a really quick video compilation, right? Hold on. And this isn't this is not an exhaustive list, by the way.
As mentioned,
All right.
watching as
So, dumb son of a bitch, okay? Remember, everybody clocked onto the fact that he was a scumbag piece of shit, like, over almost a year ago. The Louis Rossman situation. Louis Rossman basically exposed this motherfucker for who he was. But nobody, like, paid attention, like, oh, it was just a bad day, or, like, pirate software is just being hard-headed, he'll come around. No, he's genuinely a scumbag. But this is one of the ones. This is his new copium, okay, guys? New copium off the presses. By the way, you can tell this is more recent because this is the Arbites update for Darktide. Now, here's the new copium. Again, not an exhaustive list. This was done specifically so it could be in time with music.
as mentioned, watching a video that was critiquing you for mentioning you work at Blizzard so much, I literally never talk about it. When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard.
I literally never talk about it. That's his new cope. He can't help himself. He is such a narcissistic liar and con man, he cannot help himself. He has to. Oh, I've been called out for this thing that I constantly do. Well, I never do that. I never do that. Here you go, chat. I'm going to turn up the volume so you guys can hear this. Front and center.
Never talk about it. When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard. Blizzard, 7 years, yeah. Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. Your red team specialist for Blizzard Entertainment. And Blizzard is having worked at Blizzard. I grew up at Blizzard. Blizzard. Game industry for Blizzard Entertainment. Blizzard. Yeah, no, I worked at Blizzard back when I used to work at Blizzard when I was at Blizzard. For those who don't understand, like, I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment. I know how to do that because I worked at Blizzard. Example of this when I was at Blizzard. How do you know so many things? I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. I don't think I'm better.
Right here. This one's fucking great. Dr. K just nukes him right here. Dr. K nukes him. This is so fucking perfect.
better than other people. I do think that it's funny because you can that. There's a lot of people that brought that up, and it's like I never said that I was. I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued in as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Yeah.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro.
Unironically. He's not even kidding, right? Also, dude, Pirate Software, here's another thing, because they're showing his dad on screen too. Pirate Software really downplays the accomplishments of his dad, like, a lot. His dad was the dude, right? His dad worked at Silicon and Synapse, which is what Blizzard was before it was known as Blizzard. Right? His dad is the one that, like, pioneered and set up and ran the cinematics department. All those cinematics Blizzard was famous for, that's his dad. Yes, his dad was literally the South Park WoW guy. That was the point. That's who he's based on. Like, this man ran so many of Blizzard's, like, important departments, cinematics department. He did all of the video footage for all the BlizzCons and everything till 2011. Like, the dude was important, right? He was a top guy, but, like, fucking, he's only mentioned, like, I got the job through nepotism before. He doesn't want to admit he's a full-on nepo baby, though, right? Dude, you should hear the back and forth between, like, this piece of shit and his father. So I was like, dude, you want to know how bad of a son he is? He didn't even send me a happy birthday on my birthday. And he's like, yes, I did. He goes, no, you didn't. I sent you a text. He goes, no, that was last year. He's like, no, I'm looking it up right now. He goes, was it last year? Am I a horrible son? Oh my god, it was last year. But guess what? I didn't send you anything else all throughout the year, so that last year one still counts. And you can see just how hurt, like, the dad was. He's like, wow. Holy shit. Holy shit. This doesn't even get into his constant lies about, like, COVID and the work he does and how he was totally a developer at Blizzard. And now he's saying, he's like, oh, I wasn't a developer at Blizzard. Even though he constantly, as you see, constantly mentions the fact that he was a developer at Blizzard. And he even rails against people like, when they say QA are not developers, he's like, yes they are, QA are totally developers. Because that's his entire work experience. He was a nepo baby QA, like, flunk out, right? Dude, he is scummy. Yeah.
Actually am the first second-generation Blizzard employee. I was the first second-generation Blizzard employee ever. The first second-generation Blizzard employee. First second-generation Blizzard employee. So I'm second-generation Blizzard. I'm the first second-generation Blizzard employee that ever existed with the company. I'm also a second-generation Blizzard employee. I was a second-generation Blizzard employee. I was the first second-generation Blizzard employee ever. I was the first second-generation Blizzard employee. And I love that shit. I love that company. Working for Blizzard sucked, and I work at Blizzard. Or I worked at Blizzard. There's
I want you to realize what he just did.
me eating sand. I was the first generation Blizzard employee. I was the first second generation Blizzard employee ever. I was the first second generation Blizzard employee. And I love that shit.
I love that shit.
That company.
I love that company.
Working for Blizzard sucked, and I work at Blizzard. Or I worked at Blizzard. There's me eating a sandwich. Yeah, that was actually a Blizzard. I think it was my first. I think it was 2009. It was me picking a safe. It was me cracking a safe in at Blizzard. Your Blizzard stories are fake? Which Blizzard story do you think is fake? Would you like to talk to me or my dad that worked at Blizzard for 23 years that's currently in chat? Which one do you...
Again, using his dad, right? Like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? There's some really good videos, which is Slop News Network, developer versus Pirate Software. He goes into just how deep it is, to the point where, like, dude doesn't even know what he's talking about on streams constantly, like, as you can expect, right? How his coding is super fucking dog shit and everything, right? Oh, he changed it to developer examines Pyre software, or was it always examines? Did I think it was versus? It might have always been examines, but yeah. So Slop News Network did a 3-part video series now. Honestly, he should just put them all together as one, right? Yeah, Coding Jesus went through his stuff like that as well. And one of his things was explaining his fucking lighting engine is dog shit. No wonder fucking Heartbound only runs at 20 FPS. Sorry, I'm having a... What do you call those? They're the, they're wafer crackers, right? Wafer thins. But it's got peanut butter on one side. Then you do another layer of wafer, peanut butter, another layer of wafer. And then you dunk the whole thing in chocolate. I forget what they're called. There's a specific term for them. I can't remember what they're called. Arrogance. It's not cheap. He's just arrogant. He thinks he's the greatest thing since the invention of sliced bread. No, not Nutty Buddies. This isn't peanut shaped, right? I know what you're talking about. These are the long bars, right? Where a lot of people, okay, maybe that's a lie. Maybe I'm one of the weirdos, but you'll bite into the side of it, and you pull up the entire. I'll pull up the entire like layer, and eat that one layer, and then I'll go down and I'll bite into the next one and pull up that entire layer, and then eat that by itself. Again, I'm weird. I admit it. I admit it. I'm weird. Yeah. Yeah. Not a cookie. These are literally bars. They're literally layered bars. They're like lasagna. Though that would be really fucking weird, right? If you ate lasagna one layer at a time, I would look at you like, "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?" That makes it a fancy cookie. It's not a cookie. There's no cookie in here. Like wafer bars or something. Hold on. Now I gotta look this up. No. Wafer bars? Like this. Hold on. Like these. They're literally called wafer bars. Wow. Fantastic. Who would have guessed they're literally called wafer bars? I guess that's not a hard jump, right? There you go. Wafer bars. Right? They're layered. So I literally just bite the layer and I pull the whole layer up and then eat the one layer at a time. Yeah, no, they're literally wafer bars. That's funny. That's funny. What are they called? They're wafers and they come in a bar? I don't know what they're called. Maybe I could have done the obvious and put the two together. Eating lasagna one layer at a time would be next level tism. Yeah, I'm not at that level of tism. But this is the level of tism I'm at, right? Well, I'll eat the wafer bars one layer at a time instead of biting into it. Like this picture right here. This is madness to me. Madness. You're getting through everything too quickly. You gotta let that shit savor. One layer at a time, baby. And sometimes you get the mystical layer, right? Where it perfectly half and half peanut butter. Like, half the peanut butter stays, half the peanut butter goes. And you're just like, oh. Such uses that dragon tongue to just strip one layer at a time off the cookie? True. Absolutely true. I'm very talented with my tongue. Ladies. But here, I'll show you. But yeah. Slop News Network did a fantastic look at developer examines Pirate Software. I thought it was Versus. I swore it was Versus, but, you know. Maybe that's because there's been so many of the, like, versus things, you know, all over the place, right? Ugh. Yeah, Pirate Software is a total fucking clown show. The weird part is, I would have respected Pirate Software more. One, if he could admit when he's wrong, but two, if he just stuck with Second Life, right? So you don't just open up the Hubba Bubba gum tape and take a chunk out of it? No, of course not. Oh my god, hold on. Has somebody done that? So this is what we're talking about here, the Hubba Bubba gum tape. Right? What you're supposed to do is you pull out a little bit of tape and you use this. This has teeth on it. You pinch it. Right? That's what you're supposed to do. Can we see what the inside looks like? Okay, that's a plush, obviously. Yeah. Like this. Does somebody actually bite like a fucking cookie? Oh my god. That's fucking psychopath behavior. That's psychopath behavior for sure. I think that should be studied. If somebody actually does do that. Search meme or bite. Oh no. Meme. Oh my god! Ah! Ah! First fucking result, nice. I've ironically done this, fucking psychopaths. Fucking psychopaths. No, absolutely not. This is me unironically. Oh my god! No, that's not how you eat it. Oh my god. There are people who just want to burn the world unironically. Holy shit. That's fucking... No. 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 Absolutely not. Eat? You chew. Chew like God has your soul on the line. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's some... Yeah, that's some fucking psychopath behavior. Yeah, here we go. Some men just want to watch the world burn. Right there. I agree. I agree. Total psychopath behavior. Oh. Oh. Just no. 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 No, why? Why? Oh, my goodness sakes. The bottle's stuck. Hold on. What the fuck? I'm sure there's some scientist that can explain why the water bottle got stuck in the bottle. Stunk. It got stuck in the cup, I guess. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Paying food, a wild nostalgic gum appears. I forget how good this stuff is. I gotta buy it. 12 seconds later, remembering I left the empty case of gum in my pocket. Sweet hubba bubba of the gods, that's good. Oh no. Oh no. I'm not going to say this is me, but the smell was pretty nice. Oh no. I wasn't a fucking weirdo about it, but that was a nice smell. But you don't keep the damn thing. You're just like, good smell. Well, it was nice while it lasted. Then you throw it out. You throw it in the recycle bin, damn it. Oh my god. Okay, that's what I mean though. You hold it until you get to recycle bin. You don't keep it so you can snort it, sort of thing. It's just nice to have that smell. You just have that. You just take it out and you're just like, well, it was nice while it lasted. Thank you, hubba bubba, hubba bubba, hubba bubba. Oh no. Yeah, that's some fucking nostalgia for sure. Holy shit. I wonder how people ever found out he used to work at Blizzard.
A bit of a note.
Hang on a second. Hang on. I want to go to Slop News Network. Highly recommend it. These are genuinely like
All right, so
some really good from a channel called Slop News Network, right? From a channel called Slop News Network. This is the one that goes over the like lies and everything about having COVID and his constant shifting story, and he changes everything and how he like undermines his own father, which is wild. It's fucking weird. Yeah. Here's Slop News Network, right? Particularly as a kid, on a long train trip with nothing else to do, I'd get a pack of bubble gum and watch the world go by, stuffing that in my face, just to see how much I could actually make work. Fair enough. No, seriously, why lie about catching a cold flu? Because he's trying to explain why development took so long. And he extends it out more and more and more and more and more, right? And he uses every excuse he can.
I'm sure many of you have heard of Jason Thor Hall, better known online as Pirate Software, due to all the surrounding drama related to Stop Killing Games. This video isn't about the stop.
The wildest part was that if he wasn't such an up-his-own-ass prick about Stop Killing Games and didn't lie repeatedly about it and try to defame them and slander Stop Killing Games over and over again, people wouldn't have started digging as hard as they were, right? Because that's what led them to realize he has a vested financial interest in Stop Killing Games not existing. He's just a scummy con artist, right? And that made them start digging into other things and realizing he's not a hacker. He has no idea what he's fucking doing. He can barely program. Like, his job experience is nigh unexistent. Nigh is nearly non-existent. What was that phrasing? nigh unexistent. What the fuck? Yeah, it's wild. Wild. Again, the situation, no, because remember, this was a year ago. Like, Louis Rossman confronted his ass on this a year ago about how scummy he was. Right? And then of course, he slanders Louis Rossman and lies about him and makes accusations against Louis Rossman and everything. And when that happened, I'm like, you're fighting against Louis Rossman? One of the most hardcore consumer advocates ever? And then you get the supercut of his, whole thing of, this whole thing can eat my entire ass. It's like, oh my god. Yeah, if you are in a battle against Louis Rossman, you better have some fucking crazy receipts. Right? But no, it was all the guys. Because people forget his original reason why he wanted Stop Killing Games to go away. This was his original thing. He's like, I will guarantee you what will happen. You will get ne'er-do-wells and thieves who will see a new game coming out. They will look up the developers. They will target their families and harass them and attack them in real life to get them to stop supporting it, so that way they can get the game for free. I guarantee you this will happen. I guarantee it. As he slurps his own asshole. That was the one that made me go bro, you're a fucking disingenuous piece of shit. And then the Louis Rossman thing happened, where Louis Rossman comes in and is like, one, that's fucking psychotic. What are you talking about? Two, that is not what this initiative does, and he goes down and breaks down the whole thing. And then, of course, this retard here on screen is like, Louis Rossman is attacking me! I have gotten so many death threats. I don't believe you. There are so many developers that are on my side. I don't believe you. You are such an untrustworthy piece of shit. I don't believe you. I 1000% don't believe you. Especially with how easy it is to fake that shit. I don't believe you in the slightest. Yeah, it's fucking wild. The fraud cries out in pain as he strikes you. Yep. Oh, it's wild. He whines about Total Biscuit having so much integrity and demanding it of others. Mm-hmm. True. Oh, it's fucking wild.
Stop Killing Games drama. I do support the Stop Killing Games initiative, and anyone in the EU currently watching this should go and sign up to care about game preservation. This video is going to be...
The reason why they specify the EU, by the way, is one, it's an EU initiative, and two, if you're from the US or another country trying to do it, that's a falsified signature, right? That doesn't help. Thankfully, they've gotten so much in the overdrive that they don't care if they have falsified signatures. They've easily passed the mark, right? When all is said and done, and all the names are the ones that are falsified or well-intentioned, but you don't live in an EU country. What are you doing? Once all that gets thrown out, they'll still have plenty for the initiative, right? This is wild. Oh no, it's fucking is. Yeah. Coding Jesus did a video on him too.
A review of Jason's job history, game dev industry claims, coding ability, and his heartbound and champion of breakfast DRM solutions by me, a developer. I won't be touching on his hacking skills much in this video, since from what I found, all of his DEF CON wins were team efforts, and all of the stories related to hacking are just that, stories. Yep. Outside of his word, I generally can't find anything related to it. There isn't anything concrete or of substance in these stories for me to actually analyze and review. If anyone knows where he actually has hacking write-ups, or knows the VODs where he actually does something related to hacking, let me know and I can do a separate video going through and reviewing it. Okay, with that out of the way, let's start with Jason's LinkedIn job history. So, if we look at his LinkedIn, we can see his first recorded job experience is from 2002 to 2009, where he was a freelance security researcher and developer. In 2002, Jason would have been 15, and from what I found, he hasn't taken any program classes, so anything he knows at this point is largely self-taught. Another important thing is Jason actually had a job in 2004 that isn't listed here as a quality assurance intern at Blizzard.
I went to Blizzard in 2004, and like, this is kind of my whole career, right? My first job I got through nepotism, 100%. My dad worked at Blizzard for 23 years. He worked at Blizzard for 23 years, so I got a job there in 2004. I was shit. I was shit at this, and I realized I was shit.
Also, I think it's important that we talk about his dad for a second. Jason's...
Yeah, again, because remember, Pyre Software constantly downplays his father. His father didn't just work at Blizzard for 23 years. He wasn't just some, like, junior programmer, like, middle manager guy. Dude was fucking important. He's 100% a Nepo baby. 1,000%, right?
Says his dad just worked at Blizzard, but that's grossly understating his dad's role and history at Blizzard. Jason's dad...
Also, look at this man. Look at this man. Yeah. This is a fantastic picture for him, by the way.
Is Joey Ray Hall, and from a Reddit AMA his dad held, we can see the following. Joey Ray joined Silicon and Synapses in 1991. Now, you might be asking what's Silicon and Synapses, and what does this have to do with Blizzard in his post? Well, in 1991, Blizzard didn't exist yet.
He might hate living in his father's shadow. I mean, he is a fucking pathological narcissist, right? So he might 100% hate living in his father's shadow. That would fit, honestly.
Silicon and Synapses was the original company name, and 1991 was the year it was founded. Joey Ray joined Blizzard before it was Blizzard, and when he joined, there were less than 10 people in total at the company. He wasn't some random Blizzard employee. He was one of the earliest hires at the company. Over his 23 years, he did all sorts of work, and was the one that founded the cinematic team, led the machinima team, the video and post-production team, and the esports live broadcast team. Plus, being responsible for all the video content for every BlizzCon between 2000...
Oh, to 2014. Shit. I thought it was 2011. My apologies. It was 2014.
2005 to 2014. Plus, he led the team that made the famous South Park World of Warcraft episode and the inspiration for the He Who Has No Life character. Joey Ray was the director of cinematics at Blizzard. He wasn't some low-level employee that worked at the company. He was pretty high up in the chain. Anyways, back to Jason.
Yeah, again, he was what you call the dude at the company, right? There are those people in companies where you just know, like, that's the dude. Okay? There can be more than one dude at the company, but you just have that, like, no, they know what's up. They're the connections. They have all the connections. They have all the history here. They've put in the work, right? They're the dude. You have the opposite is just some guy. Well, he's a guy that's just there, Blizzard. It's like no. This is the dude at Blizzard.
Next 5 years, I left Blizzard. I did not reapply, and I went and worked on my own. I did freelance. I did freelance for everything. So I actually weren't into Second Life, which is a 3D Worlds game, if you've never played it before. They have a language in it called Linden Scripting Language, and I made games in there. I learned how to do...
Now, he claims he made games in that. You gotta understand what Second Life games are. Like, they're pretty baby. Like... You can make some more complex stuff, but Second Life is a very difficult platform for optimization and everything because of, especially in the time frame he was doing it in. This is not like when a lot of this is definitely before Bento. It was definitely before Animesh. So Animesh, Bento. 2004. Would 2004 have been Sculpties? I think. Like, so you had Animesh, which is the new hotness. Bento, Mesh, Sculpties, and then Prims. Prims is what it was, right? I still have a Prim avatar. It's wild how far things have come, right? And for anyone that doesn't know, prims are just basic geometric shapes. You can then group them together and then form that as an object, but it doesn't like merge it or meld or anything. No, it's just a bunch of geometric shapes you put together. And there are some people that are really talented at it. right? There were some people that were very talented at it back in the day. Then Sculpties came along, and Sculpties were the same geometric shapes, but you could use stuff to, like, sculpt it. Literally, okay? So you could take, like, a cylinder, and you could shave bits of the cylinder off. So it was like Sculpties Plus. Or, sorry, it was Prims Plus. And then eventually they got full-on mesh was allowed to be uploaded to the networks and everything. But anyways, so... Second Life games, very, very simple, okay? Very simplistic. The platform isn't really meant to have a bunch of games on it. It's far more meant to be like a social hangout or fun times hangout. So, yeah. Molding Fig Tree isn't even on the level of some guy. He aspires to be respected as much as some guy who earned a dead-end job. Yeah. Dude, it gets wild when you get into his fucking claims and everything, right? But anyways, yeah, so Second Life is not, like, this is, when he says he developed for it and he, like, did the programming, Linden scripting language and everything, Linden script language and everything, it's like, okay, yeah. Yeah, this was literally VR chat without VR, right? So you have a wildly inconsistent base of users with wildly inconsistent hardware and wildly inconsistent hardware loads depending on their avatar, right? What they've decided and designed and built themselves. Like, it takes work to fucking put shit in to Second Life. Yeah, we're talking about Second Life. That's what he's talking about. Because, see, he went, after 2004, he then spent 5 years developing for Second Life. And I believe this is the era still of Prims. Not even... No, this is 100% the era of Prims. Yeah, no, this is 100% the era of Prims. For sure. For sure. Oh yeah. Again, conmen. It's literal conmen, right? People forget that the whole thing behind a conmen is confidence. Right? It's a confidence scam. You speak with authoritative with an authoritative voice on something and people are more willing to believe it.
3D modeling, I learned how to do texture work, I learned how to do scripting, I learned
3D modeling from 2004 to 2009 in Second Life? That's fucking prim work. It's fine.
learned how to engage with people that were playing my games, I learned how to do network model stuff, I learned...
Okay, entirely fucking bullshit. Like, alright, and how to network with people. Dude, just having you and your friends play one of your shitty games is not like how to networking with people. What Sims were running it? Name the Sims. I guarantee you one of them was probably GYC. I don't want to say what the name of that one actually is, but I guarantee you probably tried to peddle it on GYC. Did they actually run it though? Yep, I was messing around in Second Life back then. It's a truncated system to make it accessible to noobs. Yep, 100%. 100%. Like, you can do some crazy stuff with it, which is really fucking cool. I learned X in Second Life is I learned construction from playing with Lincoln Logs. Yep, but this is what's going to get even more wild, is that Slop News Network looks into these claims and is like, dude, you weren't even the one that did the models. You did some programming? Question mark, question mark, question mark? For the avatars that your partner was selling.
had to do with server-related stuff. I did this for 5 whole years.
So Jason's Second Life period of time is a huge rabbit hole, and there's like 5 or 6 different controversies surrounding his time in Second Life. This video isn't about his controversies and allegations, so I'm gonna skip over most of it. The only small parts we care about are related to coding. During his Second Life playing time, he played a character known as Moldavia's Fig Tree and started a company called Dark Spear Creations. He claims he did game.
By the way, that's the reference for anyone that didn't get why Threadnought called him Malding Fig, like Malding Tree. Oh, so that's what GYC means. Yeah, that was probably the biggest in club, right? I worked it's funny to say I worked in Second Life, right? But it's unironic. It was the whole thing too, because like it was a wild west of things. Like I worked as a bouncer for a thing known as the Locker, and eventually that turned into Club Flex, and then that turned into 2 Ton, which then someone spun off of it to 2.5 Ton, and they were muscle fur hangouts, right? Musclies. That's what it was. But I remember when I worked at the Locker, again, I'm heavily when I say work, right? I'm heavily air quoting it because I'm on Second Life, right? Now you are doing work, but it's not like work. You know what I mean? So one of the things was there were the people that ran the Locker were yelling at the bouncers. I was one of the bouncers. They're yelling at the bouncers like, "You guys aren't on enough," stuff like that. "You need to be doing your job. You need to keep this stuff clean." And it's like, you don't pay us. I just literally said in the meeting, I'm like, you don't pay us. What? You shouldn't need to be paid. This should be an honor. It's like, you want me to take time out of my day to be here to do a service for you, and you don't want to give me anything in compensation. That's what you need to understand. Like, be grateful that there are people willing to do the janitorial work for nothing because they like the club. The moment you're going to demand and dictate a schedule for us, you better be fucking paying us. Like, if you're not happy with it, then don't be a bouncer. I was like, it's a bold move. Let's see how that works out. And all the bouncers left. Who would have guessed? Who would have seen that one coming? And then the Locker closed down, and then Club Flex opened up in its place. And yeah. No, thankfully not. Yeah. Decided to add the asterisk because it seems more accurate. Yeah. No, again, this is one of those things, right? You can get, if you are any decent at 3D modeling, you can get incredibly wealthy in Second Life. Like, it's losing popularity, but now if you're good at 3D modeling, sell to Second Life and to VR chat at the same time, right? Both of them allow full mesh work. Both, especially with Second Life now allowing Animesh, which is fucking crazy. Like, holy shit, just sell to both. Like, there's no reason not to. No reason not to. There are people that make hundreds of thousands a month selling stuff on Second Life, right? It is wild. Wild. But also, it was weird because, okay, so another tangent. When I was working for MMO Grinder, right? Second Life got brought up so many times for people wanting us to review it, and I was like, I told John, I'm like, we cannot review Second Life. He's like, why not? And I goes, it's basically a fucking chat room. Any review of Second Life would actually be a review of the person running the sim, whatever sim we happen to jump to. That's not Second Life. That's not Linden Labs. That's not the developers. We'd basically be jumping in and either praising a single person's effort or shitting all over a single person's effort. Like, we wouldn't be looking at Linden Labs stuff. Like, you have the hub, but that's it. The entire point of the hub is so you have a landing place for newly created people to be at. And then from there, there's nothing else from Linden Labs. It's all user-generated. Everything. The avatars, the animations, the animation overriders, the furniture, the buildings, the landscaping, all of it. Yeah. So I was like, we cannot do a review on Second Life. We physically cannot do a review on Second Life. Yeah. It's why, but again, I stopped working for MMO Grinder a long time ago. But if MMO Grinder was still around and somebody was like, you should do a review on VR chat, it's like, you physically can't. Like, with any honesty or integrity. We'd just be reviewing that individual person's world we stumbled into, right? If you wanted to do the base game of VR chat, it's like, it's a platform that allows for user-generated content. 99.999999999% of all the content in this game, game, air quotes, this system is user-generated. From the avatars, to the animations, to the games in it, to the worlds in it. Like, yeah. Yeah, basically. So that's why I kept telling him, like, you physically can't. You can't do a review of it. No, Roblox is another one. Because it's the whole thing too, where all of it's the user-generated content, right? All of it's user-manufactured content. It's like, how do you properly review Roblox? You know? Because they set it up in such a way as to be a platform instead of like a thing. It'd be like... Now, if you've reviewed game engines, obviously, review engine. But if you reviewed MMOs, or you reviewed RPGs, and then somebody said, I want you to review Infinity. And you're like, Infinity what? Oh, the Infinity engine. The game engine? What? Review Metaverse. Review this sandbox. Yeah. It's like, sure, you could probably do that, but then the bad habit would be, if you're reviewing the engine itself, would be to try to talk about stuff that can be done in the engine. So you're no longer reviewing the engine, you're just highlighting what can be done in it. It gets... yeah, no, I'm... Alright, tangent's over. Yeah, there you go.
Game program with the Linden scripting language, the programming language of Second Life, and made some small games and some user-generated content for Second Life. While digging into this, I didn't find any proof he coded any games. What Darksphere Creations and his company was actually doing at the time was creating not-safe-for-work adult furry avatars and selling them. Basically, his friend Wingless Emote, another Second Life player, would do the art and modeling for the furry avatars, and Jason would do some coding on top. What kind of coding he...
Yeah, again, this is the whole thing, is like, okay, what exactly are you coding? Because I've uploaded models and stuff like that and work like that. So what is your coding, especially in the 2004 to 2009 era, which is when you were saying you learned all this stuff? It's like, okay, what exactly were you coding? Like, what?
That on top of these avatars isn't exactly clear. Then they would sell the avatars, and eventually the business was making somewhere around $10,000 a month.
You know what he was probably coding? Okay. Unironically, what he was probably coding was probably the cock. I know how that sounds, right? That's probably what he was, because originally, before meshes, animesh, sculpties, all that stuff like that, you had chat commands that you would use for that capability. You're welcome, chat. Enjoy your nightmares. uh,
Primarily due to selling these avatars. There's some other controversy where it alludes to Jason trying to do dev work on Linden Labs projects and other game worlds, but I can't find any solid proof, just random posts and accusations.
yeah, which again is, it's like, okay, where? Like, what? Like, why would they even bother to do that? Linden Labs, I mean. Why would they even bother?
So, in summary, there doesn't seem to be any proof he did any kind of game development or hacking during this period of time. Let's get back to Jason.
Then I came back to Blizzard in 2009 and I applied, not having his help in any way. I got the job.
Not having his help in any way. Bullshit. Bullshit. Absolutely bullshit. No, there's no way. No way. Not in the slightest, right? Not in the slightest. Your dad, one of the top guys at the company, one of the lead developers and directors at the company, he didn't help you in any way whatsoever. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit.
Okay, the timeline here starts matching up with his LinkedIn. After his little detour with Darkspear Creations and working for himself, Jason now has an actual full-time job at Blizzard in 2009. This is his first official full-time job at Blizzard, and he is once again a quality assurance analyst. Jason claims he got into the company on his own merits this time, but I find that a bit hard to believe at face value. In 2004, he said he was terrible at his QA role, and that's why he quit. I searched to see if he studied anything IT related in high school or in college or during the time gap, and I found this from his subreddits. Jason did spend some time in college studying to be an entomologist with a specialization in ants. He dropped out of college without ever finishing his studies, and it doesn't seem like he ever took any IT related courses during this time here. During that 5-year gap between 2004 and 2009, the only experience he said in the clip from earlier was his Second Life programming, and well, that wasn't exactly quality assurance or hacking or game development work. Plus, while applying in 2009, on his resume he would probably have had, or Blizzard itself would have had, a record he worked there previously as a QA, so that would make applying a second time for a similar position easier. His dad, once again, was a pretty high person in the company, and some people might...
We were playing Dread Templar for a couple hours, and then I went to the bathroom, and then we started talking about stuff like that. I'm on E1M4, I think, in Dread Templar. Yeah, we're talking about the pirate software, because we talked about the Iron Mouse situation, and then tangentially related was the fact pirate software has committed fraud, like federal fraud.
Remember Jason being Joey Ray's son from before. It's not impossible he got in on his own merits, just a bit hard to believe considering he doesn't have experience with any real program languages at this point, and he doesn't have any degrees or certificates. Okay, back to his LinkedIn.
By the way, when they say any real programming language, it's the same thing with like using Python or using Beyond's code language, right? They're very simplified languages, which makes them very long-winded and complex to do. C++, C Sharp, and everything like that are more the standardized because they are more rapid fire, right? They're more like there's a lot more of you need to know the things. It's not as user friendly, but it makes it more powerful and quicker to process and load and everything.
And his job. So he held the role for 3 years and 2 months, and once again this was his quality assurance role. One thing Jason often does is he claims all QA are developers.
But oh yeah, QA is development. Yeah, that's fucking wild. No, it isn't. Anyways, like I just realized I've probably unironically coded and finished a project more than fucking Pirate Software has. Sure, it's basic bitch and simple, but still. Because the fucking World of Darkness servers are using my my Lupus Wolfkin changes and everything, so I programmed it in to be its own mob and own entity and everything, and separated it out for mappers to use and put them in the maps and stuff, so they actually function and everything. I was really happy. I was pleasantly happy when it got test merged and everything, and it all worked well. Very happy. Yeah. He goes into Slop News Network goes into what QA actually is. This is Pirate Software again, pure narcissism. Somebody has called into question somebody with authority. Bungie's leadership has referred to the QA team as non-developers in a meeting. Right? Somebody in authority, Bungie leadership, actual developers are saying QA are not developers, right? And it's true, they aren't. But he has somebody in authority who is working in the industry itself has now said this, and Pirate Software's entire claims of constantly like, I was a developer, I have 20 years of game development experience, blah, 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 all comes from him being in QA, where he wasn't coding or developing or doing anything at all. And wait till we get to his hacking claims.
First, as someone that has worked QA myself, this isn't true. I'm not saying QA aren't important, but the majority of QA generally are non-technical, and only a small portion are. And most of the places I worked at, QA generally has no coding ability and are tasked with doing manual regression tests.
These are the worst. I remember Larian Studios got a QA studio they worked with, a quality assurance studio, and the QA studio was sending back such great like tidbits of information like the duck. It is the duck, therefore the duck is. And Sven Vinka was like, what duck? What duck are they talking about? What? This is useless. So they had to fire that studio that they were working with. That was back during Divinity Original Sin 1, where they're like, they just keep talking about the duck. There's like 15 different things here, reports about the duck. What duck? What duck are you talking about? Where? I still remember those fucking videos. It was always fun going along the ride for early access of Larian Studios games, because they always had those fun ones, and that's where I always get it from, but I don't always do it. But if you ever hear me sing, update, we've got an update for the Christmas, that comes from the old early access developer videos from Larian Studios. That was their original composer, Kirill. Oh no, fake fan. Holy shit, I can't remember his name. He unfortunately passed away. Right? They held a in memoriam for him and everything. Boris took over for him, and Boris was a big fan of Kirill's work. And Boris fucking knocked it out of the park. Holy shit, Divinity Original Sin 2 is mwah. The soundscape for it is fucking fantastic. And what was even more like heartwarming was that in Divinity Original Sin 2, when you have the capability of seeing the dead, there is actually a piano player in the graveyard, in the gravekeeper's house, who will play you some of Kirill's old music on the piano. So, it's fucking beautiful. Like those are those heartwarming Easter eggs, right? Where they do it in memory and in honor of, you know, who they've lost along the way. Yeah, so again, I've done it multiple times on stream before. Not all the time, but I always get it from those old videos. Update. We've got an update for the Christmas. And that was Kirill, specifically. He was singing while he was doing the songs and stuff. They say a duck don't be like that, but it do. Yeah. Anyways, back to this.
Basically, they get a series of test cases they need to go through, and each test case has a written out set of instructions they just follow. If something doesn't match the case steps, then a bug is filed and actual developers are tasked with addressing it. So I personally wouldn't call his 3 years at this position game development experience. And if we look at the bullet points he has on his LinkedIn, besides one line, namely the design and create an automated system, there's nothing here that even remotely implies.
Which again, what do you mean What do you mean designed to create an automated systems for the development, compatibility, and QA teams? Did you make an Excel document? Was it an Excel document that updated automatically when somebody else interacted with it? Like, what do you mean?
As he was coding or doing any kind of development. I'm making this point since Jason often claims he was a game developer at Blizzard for 7 years, but his first 3.5 years didn't include any developer roles. Also, to address his if QA didn't do their jobs, games wouldn't be released argument, most games have music. If a musician doesn't...
Again, QA aren't that necessary of a position, especially with stuff like early access and things like that. That's what Larian Studios learned, right? That's what Larian Studios learned 100%. Was QA teams are great. They're a nice luxury to have. But the best QA you will ever get are the people. Because people will do wild things you will never expect. Like, that's how the speedrun for Divinity Original Sin 1 got so hilarious. And again, Larian took it on the chin. They were just like, nope, that's on us. That's fucking funny though. That's fucking funny.
complete the OST, a game can't be released. Does that mean they're now developers too? Just because you say something confidently in a deep voice doesn't make it true. Moving on to his next role, we have quality assurance hacks. Here he mentions he did some forensic analysis and detected threats. Also, something I'd like to note, all of his game projects listed here were coded using primarily the C++ programming language. This is a low-level programming language. This will be important a bit later in the video. As for the role, again...
low level versus high level. Stuff like Python or Beyond's coding, stuff like that. They're very user-friendly. So they're very like wordy and spread out a lot. They're very slow. They're not very efficient. Low level are far more efficient, but they're not user-friendly.
And I wouldn't call this game development experience. This is more related to security work than game development itself. And from the bullet points, it doesn't seem like Jason was doing much coding. His next role for 6 months was test engineer. My opinions are pretty much the same as the previous role he held. Moving on, we have the next role as security engineer for 11 months. This one is interesting. Since the bullet points here notes he managed web application security. For those that don't know what web applications are, it means he was working on websites and not games. There's no mention of programming here or what tools and languages he used. But regardless, this is without a doubt a non-game development role and doesn't have any overlap with game development. Okay, next up he moves to another security engineer role for 3 months. Again, same opinions as his last job. Now, his last role at Blizzard was a red team member.
So, this is where he also kind of tells on himself that he doesn't like he wasn't a hacker in the traditional sense. So there are multiple different types of hackers, right? There's the ones that everybody thinks of, which is the code monkeys and everything that do hacking. But the other ones, the other infiltrators, are con men, aka, right there above my horn, social engineering.
Team is a common IT term that just means someone inside the company that attempts to hack into their systems, either digital or physical. So Red Hat's basically trying to make hacks and show how they got access. So these vulnerabilities and issues can be addressed before real hackers can abuse them. Now, while Red Hat is offensive security and hacking, it doesn't always mean you're programming like you see with those green terminals and pics. If we look at the bullet points Jason has listed, we can see he did exploiting physical access controls and social engineering operations. Social engineering is actually one of the most common ways hackers gain access to systems, and it doesn't have to involve any programming at all. Social engineering attacks are something like the following situation. Let's say Jason in this example is a social engineer and his target is a fellow Blizzard employee with access to the game servers. He could call them or email them from a legitimate Blizzard phone number or email and say he needs their account credentials. Normally, you would never share live in production account credentials, even if someone from your own company. But
also, the reason you do this is to let you know if people in your company need more training, right? Like, you can kind of like give a wrist slap to the employee that fell for it, but if an employee is falling for it to begin with, it means your company needs more training, right? You're like, no. Why don't you come in and actually like talk to us, and we can give you the credentials there and stuff like that. But no, we're not gonna hand that shit out or anything, right? Fell for it again, Ward. Yep.
Let's say Jason manages to convince the employee to hand the credentials over. Now Jason has a way to log into the system he shouldn't have access to. This is a social engineering attack. It's not technical hacking like most people think of. It's generally just being convincing enough and getting employees to hand over info or access they shouldn't be giving out. Alright, with all of that, and with all those jobs, we have 6 years and 6 months at Blizzard full-time for Jason, and if we include his time as a QA intern in 2004, we basically have his 7 years of experience at Blizzard accounted for. Judging by everything he has written here, it seems as though he's never held an actual game developer position, and he's never done any game development directly. All of his roles at Blizzard were either QA, website security, or social engineering, basically his hacking. It doesn't seem like he's ever touched C++, which is the industry standard language to use when doing game development. But before I finish my thoughts on this, let's check out one more job after Blizzard. After Blizzard, Jason worked at Amazon Games for 8 months as an automation engineer.
And then in Python, right? In Python, which again, it was Amazon Games. Amazon Games was run terribly, right? It still is run terribly. The dude that was in charge of Amazon Games, like, had no idea what he was doing. He would literally walk in, as a lot of developers at Amazon Games reported, he would walk in with a stack of papers from, like, articles he printed out, and so you had no idea what you were going to be doing that day, because he would get a hair up his ass, and you would go on a wild goose chase. Be like, oh, people want it to be like this, so we're going to put this in. Clearly, from these articles, they want this. It's like, no. You need to have a unified vision and work towards that vision. You need to stop just putting in fucking 90-degree turns that are getting us further and further away from releasing the damn thing. Like, that was the problem with New World. New World's fucking, whew. Just, bleh.
Again, he wasn't a game developer here. He also didn't include much information under his bullet points. He did documentation of vulnerabilities and did some automation work with Python. This is the first officially recorded line that actually shows he did some programming. Python is what we call a high-level language, meaning the language is designed to be easy for humans to read and understand as well as to write. Python is a wonderful language, and I'm not throwing any shade at it, but Python is not a language used to create games. Technically, yes, you can code games in Python. Big drawback is it's an incredibly slow language. This is why the industry standard language for game development is C++. A low-level language that allows for incredible performance. The trade-off is it's a significantly more difficult language to work with. The reason I went through his job history so far and his programming language list is because Jason often claims he's a 20-year veteran of the game dev industry, and he was a game...
Oh yeah, no, 100%, I agree. So as Nancy Boy Scout says, that's not even how market research works. Exactly, and Calbeck, collating public opinion on a project is what you do before planning it out. It wasn't even on the project. These weren't even things in reference to New World. These were just random other games and side tangents and things. That, dude, trust me, the developer horror stories from Amazon Games are wild. Wild. That is a company with all the money and no idea what the fuck they're doing.
Developer at Blizzard for 7 years, and he uses these claims to make himself seem like an authority and expert on game development and game-related topics, namely stop killing games. But from the looks of it, and in my opinion, it doesn't seem to me he's ever worked as an actual game developer within the industry, and it doesn't seem like he's ever done much program work in the industry either. I'm not throwing shade at any of the jobs listed here so far. I'm just trying to be absolutely clear that none of this, in my opinion, as someone that has worked on game engines and done game development, none of this counts as game development experience, with a lot of his roles having
100%.
absolutely nothing to do with game development itself at all. To help make this clear, here's another example to help everyone understand. It's like someone working at a hospital and doing payroll work, but because they're at a hospital, they claim to be a qualified doctor.
It's even worse than that. It's somebody at a hospital who is doing janitorial and claims that they're a doctor because they're keeping the place clean, right? So that's not how that works.
Doesn't make any sense. Jason is making a giant leap with his I'm a game developer for 7 years at Blizzard claims. Anyways, let's go back to his LinkedIn and see what's next.
See, look, right, and again, just in case, because again, we know he lies, we know he changes his story all the time. I'm gonna go back slightly.
Claims. Anyways,
I've been a dev for 20 years. Blizzard, Amazon Game Studios, and now my own studio. Just in case he tries to pull the new shit, which is, I never said I was a developer there. Right.
Let's go back to his LinkedIn and see what's next. Here we have that he was a cybersecurity specialist at Eagle Research Group. Based on Jason's stories, this should be when and where he was technically working for the government. There
Yep.
isn't a whole lot of information here, and with most of the bullet points being extremely generic. Since he claims this was government-related work, I think it's perfectly reasonable to assume he has NDAs, or he might not be able to give any specifics related to his work here.
And then when I did that, I went to the United States Department of Energy and I hacked power plants for the federal government.
Jason makes a lot of claims being a hacker and has told a lot of stories, but I could never
And I guarantee he was not a hacker. He was an infiltrator. Right? He wasn't a hacker. He was probably an infiltrator. And at best, if he did any hacking, he probably just walked around with the fucking scanning tools and stuff. Right? That's very likely what he did. Just looking for vulnerabilities. He probably didn't do any hacking whatsoever. Or, like, how to bypass security doors and things. Yeah. Oh yeah, I did X for the government. Yep. It's funny, I make a joke reference in book Guardians of Nature that gets William to laugh, because Samantha talks about it. Yeah, here we go. Please hold. Yeah, I don't know how. He might have had security clearance. He might have. Again, we don't know. He's such a fucking dishonest piece of shit. Who fucking knows? Let's see, right here. Right, well, we gotta figure out what to tell janitorial. Custodial. Ah, right. Fucking code names. At least I was close. Next month it's gonna be catering. Oh, and are we gonna get assigned as waiters, valets, the help? She smiled again and then slowly stepped away from William as she headed back in the direction of the visitor center. Cooks, actually. As for what to tell them, I think the ranger story is solid enough. I don't like that it seems so simple for them, but they have a decent enough cover. What stopped most looking, especially given the EMT checkups and photos of his bruises from the vest catches. Likely the security system has already been compromised. Could easily say the men that broke in tampered with it, or even the sprinklers, you saw the water everywhere. The poor office. That's going to be a hell of a bill to replace those computers, radio equipment, chargers. Yeah, our tax dollars at work. Oh, yours perhaps. I have an exemption. I'm with the government, don't you know? Again, Samantha just pointing out the fact that they both work for the National Defense Agency. They're both with the government. Don't assume nuclear. Natural gas more likely. He said nuclear. That's why I said nuclear. No. I agree. William let out another laugh and then followed after this clearly devious prankster he had fallen for. Whatever the future may hold, for now at least, he was happy, and there was a potential for greater things on the horizon. He said, and the monkey's paw curled. Anyways, yeah, back to that. But I know that's another thing about government work is always like, you can get paid very fucking well for working for the government. All right, government jobs are very sought after for a reason. The thing you gotta remember about government jobs though is, oh god, government is so bloated and it has such bureaucratic red tape. Your job, unless you become that guy or that dude, your job is going to be the most mind-numbingly tedious, repetitious nonsense you can imagine, right? it's one thing why I like the Marine Corps so much more over the Army, because the Marine Corps has a lot less manpower. So the Army can afford to basically have a guy that works the motor pool, and all his job is moving one tire to the next vehicle, right? That's your job. Well, how much motor pool experience do you have? Well, I was in the Army for 8 years, and I worked the motor pool. Cool. What did you do? I moved the tires and took them off the Humvees and put the new tires on the Humvees, and that was it. Because the motor pool was full. Meanwhile, the tank crews, the tank crews are like it's literally that Vietnam War meme, or was it the Korean War? It's one of the ones where it's just a soldier and he's seen some shit. He's got the 1,000-yard stare. Whoa. How was the tanker? Like, oh, you have a lot of tanking experience, huh? Yes. Well, what all did you do? How many plates did you have to move, Calbeck? Did you get the track tensioner? Did you enjoy tensioning your tracks? What did you do? Everything. My favorite story from the Chieftain was talking about being an M1 Abrams commander, right? Because he was I think a lieutenant colonel is what his rank was eventually. And he talked about just leaving, right? Just leaving the base. They would have to go to the armory to go pick up their crew serviced weapons, which also included it's like, all right, well, here's all your sidearms for you and everyone in the crew. Okay. Here's your rifles. Okay. Here's your shotgun. Okay. Here's your driver's shotgun. What the fuck? What? Here is your squad automatic weapon. What the fuck? I'm in a tank. Trust me, I don't know why I need all these. Here's your grenades. What the? I'm in a tank. Trust me, if I'm no longer in the tank, shit has gone sideways to such an extreme. I don't think this is gonna work. Oh, dude, fucking, it was so funny when the Chieftain went over the amount of stuff that he got. He even had pictures showing the armory, maybe because he was a command tank, right? But the amount of shit the armory had to offload onto his tank because because of his crew and everything. He's like, what in the fuck is this? Oh. What? But he also had one where a sniper almost got him because he sat up at chest defilade, right? In the tanks. And his driver would yell at him and basically be like, he doesn't like that. He's like, no, get down lower. So he then got down to nose height, but he could still look out because it's a lot nicer to look out and actually see things. Yeah. So he would get out at nose height, and a round came in and it hit the glass right beside his face. And he actually has a picture of it. It was a Dragunov round, a 7.62 by 54 R round, went right in to where his head was at. Luckily, the glass caught it. The optics on the glass caught it, and he's like, when that happened, I no longer got out above eyeball defilade. I never did that again. Woo! But the scariest one was his arm. He almost lost his arm because they had a new loader in, right? And they had to work him in. The new loader was working the bunker. Well, he had to double check the bunker, because it's one of those things like, well, Commander, did you check your loadout? No, I just, I accepted that my crew... Nah, not acceptable. So he was checking the bunker loadout for all the ammunition, and the loader hit the lever on accident, mind you. I don't think he was intentionally trying to do it, but hit the lever, and the chieftain said, like, the sheer horror he felt seeing that door, that massive chunk of steel, a vault door, coming to slam shut. And he said, I cannot tell you how thankful I am for the engineers that they put in a pressure sensor, so the moment the door hit his arm and realized there was an obstruction, the vault door stopped and opened itself back up. And he said, I got out of the tank, I got and laid on the ground, and I looked up at the sky, and I said nothing for a while. Meanwhile, my gunner and my driver, like, were chewing this fucking loader out, like, across the world. He was getting run. But yeah, and again, it makes sense. You want the bunker to close quickly. The whole point behind having your ammo stowage in the bunker is so that if your ammo gets hit, it doesn't take out the crew, right? That's why they have it in bunker storage inside the tank. So the door closes quickly, and it's a big old chunky fucking door for a reason. So, like you said, he thanked the engineers that designed it and put a pressure sensor in there, because holy shit, there would be no salvaging an arm from that. No, that is an instantaneous amputation. Yeah. Turret monsters are a real thing. Remember the Valentine, though, where the Valentine not only had turret monsters, but literally had fucking gas pedal monsters. Like, oh my god. Ugh. Oh my god. Yeah, it's wild. The fucking gas pedal monsters in the Valentine, the worst tank ever designed. I struggle to think of any tank that's worse. It is a tank that was preserved for history solely for the purpose of realizing everything you should not do when designing a tank. It is that bad. And the fact that the person who test drove it got out of it and told them, you will never get me back in this thing. It's wild. Wild. Well, yeah, because it's the old design, right? Their T-72s are just their T-54s, like, modernized, right? Like, they just constantly do modernization packages to it because it's cheaper. They haven't redesigned the tanks, so all their stowage and everything is fucking all over the place. Oh my god. That's why the T-14 and they haven't used a different engine in all that time either. That's why the T-14 Armada was supposed to be such a big, like, upgrade, but no, as it turns out, They still haven't designed a new engine. They're still using German engines from World War II. Oh. Anyways, okay, back to the video. Back to the video.
Never find anything to back up his hacking claims. So far, the only thing I found was he did do some social engineering attacks at Blizzard. Now, some of you might know about his DEF CON stories and his Mr. Robot claims. I'll probably cover those in a separate video. The reason is all of his DEF CON wins were done in teams of 10 people, never solo. And for his other hacking claims, there's only stories to go off of. To keep this video from being too...
Which, again, I wonder if anybody else on the DEF CON teams would say anything to him. You know, be like, dude, you're the lodestone. You're the, like, thing keeping us back. Or, you know? Just, Also, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not really big into hacking or anything like that. But when Slop News Network did his video about DEF CON and everything, and the Mr. Robot stuff, and talked about, like, the puzzle thing there, oh my god, my tism was triggered so fucking hard. I was like, that puzzle. Oh my god. Oh, puzzle. Puzzle. I kind of want to do it. Hi, it's me, Mr. Puzzle. By the way, I've watched that channel a bit too, right? The Mr. Puzzle channel is pretty good on YouTube. Mr. Puzzle. But no, it's one of the reasons I loved Secret World so much. One of the reasons that Secret World is still my favorite MMO of all time. Not Secret World Legends, but the original Secret World is my favorite MMO of all time, is because of the fucking puzzles. Holy shit. I love it. I am so bad at Morse code, though. I don't know why. My brain short circuits with Morse code. And it should be so fucking simple, right? But I constantly second guess myself in Morse code. All the time. Was that a dot or was that a dash? Are we on to a new one? Is that a dot dash dot dot? Or is that a dot dash and then now dot dots in the new one? Like, what? I second guess myself so much when it comes to Morse code. It is wild. I don't know why. It's like that it's like how everybody in existence has a blind spot. And Morse code, when it comes to puzzles, is my blind spot. Morse, for whatever fucking reason, my brain just looks at it and I'm just like, what? What was that? Was that one an A? Was that not an A? Was that a dot for the other part? Was that not a dot for the other part? Where's the space at? Yeah. Again, don't ask me to do Morse code. I have tried because it was the biggest hurdle I had in Secret World, right? Because they do a lot of Morse code stuff. The biggest hurdle I had was Morse code, and I have tried so hard to undo this. But it's weird. It's like the universe itself twists itself around whenever I try to learn Morse code. Speaking of puzzles, so the scribing questline in ESO. Like I said, I like the puzzles. I don't like the grind, right? I don't like the scrying and all this stuff like that. Grind and everything. Like, it's just... I get it's an MMO... But it's so much busy work. So much busy work. Bleh. Still enjoyable. But it's one of those things where it's like, I wish I could space everything out a while. Don't you fucking dare. I got 2 letters for you. F and U. Right. No, that was the whole thing. I was just so like scribing. My apologies, Gryness. I jumped to scrying. My apologies. I don't think I've done the scribing stuff. I think maybe I should. Just get good. I know. Again, Morse code for whatever reason. It's like it short circuits my brain for some reason. But I loved so much of the puzzles stuff like that, and the puzzles were like would get wild, right? Like how we need to repair this radio antenna so we can use it. So what you would do was you would look up the parts, the serial number and everything like that. Well, this one is a filed off serial number. So like that, or it got damaged or things like that. So now you're looking around for other radios that look similar to it that have been damaged. Okay, well this one is the same thing here because these match. Well, here is the serial code on it. Okay, for this serial code, I'm now going to look up a manufacturer's thing for this particular serial code. So the manufacturer says it's this, and this, and it talks about radio antenna repair and everything, and what you can use for proper tools, or what if you need these things, like, oh, it's wild. I love that shit. Dude, I love that shit. Hook it directly into my fucking veins. Hook it into my fucking veins. Oh my god. I love that shit so much. And that's what the one puzzle was, that gets referenced in, when, of course, Pirate Software says, Mr. Robot ripped me off, and I could only have come from my solution. No, it didn't. And remember the visual braille in Gen 3 Pokemon? That reminds me of a joke of a comedian. He was a Christian comedian, right? And his whole thing was he'd like redo songs. 3:30 in the morning. Not a soul in sight. I pulled into a Taco Bell. I was feeling alright. Yeah, he pulled into a drive-thru and he put on really thick sunglasses, and he had a tapping stick that he had with him. He's like, I drove into the drive-thru and pulled up to the window, and she looked at me. She said, can I help you, sir? And I did. Where he's not clapping, but he's bringing his hands close together. And he's like shaking his head around. He's like, I'd like a menu in Braille, please. She looked around for it. At the drive-thru. I'm sorry, sir. We don't have a Braille menu. Would you care for a picture menu? I'm just like, oh my god. You can't do those jokes anymore. This is such a good fucking joke. It's such a good joke. I pulled into a Taco Bell. I was feeling alright. My pillow. And the thunder rolled. I said the thunder rolled. Come on, sing. The thunder rolled. And the lightning strikes. And my pillows weren't cold. In that sleepless night, there in the dark, I was out of control. There in the night, right there in my pajamas. Oh my god. Anyways, yeah. Is the kobold gonna be okay? No, we're talking about all the jokes and everything. And that was one of the things he was famous for, right? He would rewrite songs to be funny. And that was his song about going to Taco Bell. Eating Taco Bell, and then that night having having the screaming sharks. Oh my god. Things you wouldn't expect. And it's funny because he pulls out this teeny tiny guitar and he starts to play on it. And he's like, what? It's a small guitar. And he's like, I'm looking at this guy in the front audience. And he looks at me. He's like, wow, he's huge. He's like, it's perspective. It's a little guitar. Wow, he's huge. The way that she asked me should have given it away. ¿Cómo estás, bien, ? Would you like to sell your green card today? Not born in the USA. Dun dun. Not born. Oh. Oh my god. Anyways, back to the video. Holy shit. I gotta stop. My brain's going on a wild tangent spree. Help! Help! My brain is spiraling.
Long and off topic, I'll save his hacking claims for its own thing. Okay, his next set of experience is at his own company, also named Pirate Software. But before we touch on that, let's talk about his more recent job experience at Off-Brand Games first, as that's a smaller topic to cover. Off-Brand Games is a game publishing company founded by Ludwig and Jason. I'm not entirely sure if Jason is a co-founder or not. Jason claims he isn't, but
Wasn't Ludwig outed as like a weirdo too? Or something? Or like a piece of shit? I don't know. The dragon has lost a brain wing and is currently spiraling into the ground. Accurate.
posts and Ludwig's posts talking about the company seem to imply he is. Whether or not he's a co-founder isn't too important. Jason's role at the company is director of strategy. From Jason's comments on the matter, he basically helps indie game developers negotiate contracts. Again, no direct game development work here. Also, fun fact, the very first game Off-Brand Games was co-publishing was Rivals of Ether 2. A game by the developer's own words was built this time around as a more live service game. Really makes you think why you might not want to stop killing games to succeed. Also, don't throw any hate at Rivals of Ether 2. They actually do have an end-of-life plan to keep the game playable and alive for the community after it ends. The same goes for the rest of the off-brand published games.
Ah, yeah, that was the scummy thing he did. Yep. Thanks, Not.
Don't throw them any hate. Okay, we're gonna take just one more detour before we get to the Pirate Software Company. Let's check out Jason's GitHub and see if there's any code for us to review there. For those of you that don't know what GitHub is,
the sad thing is I have way more stuff on my GitHub than he does.
it's basically the site where developers store their code bases and development teams can work together on a code base. In Jason's case, his code bases would be tied to his games. Okay, so here's Jason's GitHub account, and he has 0 public projects on his account and 0 activity for the year of 2025. Okay, the no public repos doesn't exactly prove anything, and you don't need to have public repos, but most active developers do have something at least. Also, let me point out, GitHub does have an option of having private repos, which are code bases not viewable by users not part of the team. But GitHub also has the option to show activity on private repos on your profile without leaking any private repo data. Again, this doesn't prove anything, but it's incredibly odd to see a self-proclaimed developer and hacker have 0 public code on his GitHub and 0 activity on his account. Let's try 2024.
Unironically, Yandere Dev is probably a better programmer than Pirate Software is. Unironically. And that dude is infamous for not knowing what the fuck he's doing.
And there's nothing. Okay, 2023. Oh, I see some activity, and it's bug reports. He has made 4 bug reports and some feature requests, 0 coding to review for 2023. Okay, let's try 2022. All right, I see 2 green dots. And again, it's 2 bug reports, no code to check over. All right, 2021, I'm feeling lucky, and there's nothing. Okay, 2020, he's applying to be a part of the live coders list. All right, last year to check, 2019, and his only activity is he joined January 13, 2019. Man, that was disappointing. Over 7 years of having a GitHub account, he seems to have done 0 public coding, with a grand total of 6 bug reports. Again, this doesn't prove anything too much, but most professional developers and hackers generally have something on their accounts, even if it's just super minor stuff like their settings for their favorite text editor or application. Jason could have a separate personal account where he does all his work, but the entire thing is just incredibly strange and unusual. Just about every tech YouTuber and streamer has a GitHub account with some random projects scattered around. Anyways, finally,
Yep, I've got one.
with all those positions and GitHub stuff out of the way, let's finally get to Pirate Software, the company, and Jason's actual game development start. Let's take a look at his game dev skills, his game dev execution. With all his bragging, I'm sure this is going to be an incredible story.
This is fucking funny when he goes into Champions of Breakfast.
With no issues at all. Alright, so his first game his studio published was a game called Champions of Breakfast. This was a game roughly built in 8 months in the Game Maker engine. This was the first game that Jason claimed had the unpiratable DRM, where basically the game's Steam achievements acted as a save file. I'll touch on all these points again in just a bit, keep them in mind, while I move to his next and only other game, Heartbound. So, Heartbound is the big game Pirate Software is known for, and it has a crazy development history. So, according to the wiki, Heartbound's first build was October 7th, 2015. Again, this game was also made in GameMaker. It's a 2D game that's mostly story-driven with extreme similarities to Undertale, and is supposed to have 5 acts or chapters in total. A Kickstarter for the game was launched on February 24th, 2017, roughly a year and a half after work originally started on it. The original goal was to have the game finished and released by December 2017, but shortly after the launch, it was claimed the game was to be fully complete and released in early to mid-2018. A few months later, the goal was once again changed and now is targeting early access on Steam in December 2018. The game did land on Steam in December of 2018. In early access, this release contained a Chapter 1 that was complete, with a basically near fully done Chapter 2. Gee, I hope this doesn't become a trend with delays, failed promises, and shifts in goals. Surely Jason will complete this game in a few more.
That's the image, right there. Calbeck, that's the image right there for you. When it talks about, like, the guys working the motor pool, like, what did you do? Well, I just had to move the tires from one Humvee to another Humvee. It's not very fulfilling work or anything. It needed to be done, but we had so many guys. Versus the tank crew asked, well, what did you guys do on the tank? Horny day, it's sunny day. What would you guys do? The cleaning days. The cleaning days. Ah! Everything. Did you have the battle skirts on yours, Calbeck? I would assume so, yeah. Those fucking heavy-ass plates you'd have to take off. the side skirts. You're like, Oh my god.
Years, right? At the very start of January 2019, they released a patch where in the patch notes it said Animus, the name of Chapter 3, was being developed. And this is where everything started truly going to hell. Now, we have a few things we should note here. This is technically the 3rd year of development if we're going off the October 2015 first build date. If we compare this to Undertale, Undertale completed development in 2 years, 7 months, with Toby Fox doing most of the development solo, with some help from Tammy Chang on art. Also, let's just take a quick look at the How Long to Beat site and see how much content Undertale has. Okay, the main story is 7 hours. With side content, it's roughly 11 hours.
I jokingly call them the battle skirts, right? They're the side skirts. Right, but you know what I mean? It's just one of those things like, it's a manly thing. It's not just a skirt. It's battle skirts. we're war fighters, which, again, is an actual term, but it's another one of those, like, come on, dude. What? Would you think soldier was beneath you? Or grunt was an insult or something? Why the fuck? Warfighter? Really? Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, you calm down there, buddy. High speed, low drag. Oh god. The joke with the side skirts was to get a new guy to go refill the side skirts with hydraulic fluid. We need light bulbs for the turn signals on the Abrams. Go get them, new guy. What, light bulbs on the Abrams? Where was like, where? What do you mean? It's like, just go to the fucking PX and get them. Comes back, they weren't, they have no idea what you're talking about the PX. Then go to the motor pool. Come on, stupid. How long do you think it's going to take him to realize? Fuck it, I think we can do this all week. And the front slope wear adjustment gauge, you know, to check to see if the armor needs shaving. You know what? You want to know what's funny though, Calbeck? You can't use the same thing on Japanese tanks because they actually do have turn signals. because the Japanese Defense Force are painfully aware that likely if they get activated, they're going to be fighting in urban centers. So a lot of their training takes their vehicles, their tanks through urban centers. So they need turn signals on their tanks. I shit you not. Japanese tanks have turn signals on them. They actually have turn signals on them. Yeah, and again, I applaud them for understanding their situation they're going to be in, right? They know it's like, if we're getting invaded, if the Japanese Defense Force has to activate its actual tank fleet, we're going to be driving on a lot of city fucking streets. So we need to train on city streets a lot and everything, and for safety reasons, we need, turn signals and everything, yeah. Like, I applaud them for, like, at least thinking this through. It is just funny to see turn signals on a tank, which also was the name of an awesome webcomic that went on for, like, over a decade, I want to say, right? But it was Turn Signals on a Land Raider, which was a webcomic dedicated to Warhammer 40k and tabletop gaming in general. And how, like, you would do proxy models and everything like that. And one of the games, they had lost their Land Raider, so they proxied in a World War I tank. And they made the joke that they had their own, like, food court in there, and there was a tennis court, and they had a luxury spa, because this fucking World War I tank was fucking huge. Anyways, again, enough tangenting, let's go.
Completionist run is 20.5 hours. Okay, pretty good and respectable times for an indie game built in 2 years, 7 months. Heartbound, as of 2025, is still in active development. So let's take a look at how much content time they have. Alright, the main story is 2.5 hours. With side content, it's 3 hours, and a completionist run is 3.5 hours. The Pirate Software team has been working on this game for 10 years, currently more than 3 times as long as the Undertale team, and the Pirate Software team has 1 additional team member. Yeah, just think about that for a moment. Anyways, let's start diving through 2019 and Chapter 3 Animus development. For most of 2019, it seems like there was steady progress on Chapter 3 with various patches over the year, so far saying additional content was added. On October 2019, Jason tweeted,
Yes, it's that short. It has 2 combat encounters, Calbeck. And they're the same combat encounter. It has 2. Combat was a big deal mentioned, by the way, for the Kickstarter and everything. It has 2 combat encounters, and they are the exact same combat encounter with the exact same enemy. And the puzzles, by the way, are shit.
tweeted that roughly 86% of Chapter 3 has now been completed. Then 2 years later, Jason tweets that Chapter 3 is now 92% done. So, over 2 years, he made 8% progress on 1 chapter. 20 years of game dev industry experience, people. And
20 years of game dev experience, people, and he made 8% of progress in 2 years.
7 years working at Blizzard. Okay, let's rewind and go back to 2020 and see the Twitch statistics and see what was happening. Okay, the start of 2020 up till March seems like a normal stream schedule. Seems like he caught a cold on March 10th. Then after 9 days, he goes to urgent care and is diagnosed with pneumonia and gets a COVID test. Then we move to March 21st and COVID test results come back and it's negative. No COVID, just pneumonia. Wait, never mind. March 24th, Jason goes back to urgent care. Pneumonia was incorrectly diagnosed and he actually has severe bronchitis. Alright, March 30th, he's still sick, but once again confirms negative for COVID. This is really important. Alright, a few days later, April 10th, and his cold status is defeated and we're good to go. I know I'm being semi-joking in this section, but I generally don't wish Jason any health issues.
Also, he's setting this up. This is Chekhov's sickness, right? He's setting this up for later. These are all the things that he claimed and stated and said, right? And then suddenly he changes his story wildly.
Alright, so then we move on to April 11, 2020, and work on Heartbound has restarted. Work is continuing over the next few days. According to tweets, most of April was good, so was most of May 2020. We're still working on Heartbound at this point. Again, nearly all of the May prog is on Heartbound. Then we skip all the way over to July 2020, and work on Heartbound is still progressing. Seemed like there's some trouble during September, October, and November, with December being fine, and so is January of 2021 being fine. Then we hit February 2021, and then he tweets out he has had COVID for 9 months since the start of February February of 2020. Wait, what?
What? You had what? Again, because again, look what happened. He got called out for why he's so fucking slow. Right? What's taking so long? Right? And then look at his claim. It took me roughly 9 months to recover, and I have a permanent lung damage and an inhaler for the rest of my life. Bullshit. Bullshit. Especially now that we know even more about COVID and how it was a complete and utter fucking nothing burger. Nothing burger at all. Bullshit. Do you know why most people died during COVID? Most of the people did? Well, one, they didn't die of COVID. That was actually false reporting so they could get extra money from the government. That's all blown up in their face now. But, two, the respirators were bad. And we only found that out because they used so many of them. And then it turns out that a lot of them were faulty. They were phoning in and using cheap materials and everything. And it was the respirators that were the problem. Yeah, I had a... Oh my god, I caught it. And it was definitely the worst fucking flu I've ever had. Like, I remember just sitting in the chair, not wanting to move. Like, moving felt like a struggle session. But no, it was fine. Yep. And no, when we learned so much more about COVID and just how fucking scuffed all that is, where, like, the estimates are like 80% of the deaths are fucking completely falsified. Like, holy shit. It was a total nothing burger. Like, wow. Fucking good job. And it turns out that the vaccine is killing more people and doing more damage. Hooray! Which is also why Big Pharma is now very worried, because JFK Jr. has opened up the floodgates to be like, no, you can sue Big Pharma and everything. Big Pharma's like, no, we can't allow that. And he's like, oh, but I thought you did everything up to spec and code and everything at all times, Big Pharma. Why would you suddenly be worried? Ugh. I liked how actual flu deaths completely disappeared for 2 years. I know. Did we suddenly cure the flu? Very, very strange. Very, very strange. I lost my job for absolutely nothing. Pog. Yep. Yep.
Jason was only sick in March according to his own tweets at that time period, and there's work from February from earlier, and there's proof he worked during April, May, June, July, and August at the very least, judging by his Twitch stats and his Steam announcements and patches for the game. It seems the only major slowdown of streams and work was 3 months of September, October, and November. Where he lost 9 months of time and had to stop development based on his tweets, I have no idea. I mean, it's not like he's going to change his story after this, right? Oh wait, there's this old tweet from November 2020 where Jason says he was recovering for nearly 8 months and couldn't daily stream or work. Let's look at the Twitch stats graph again and his tweets. He couldn't work during this period, but everything he posts during this time says he was working on Heartbound, and his Twitch stats confirm it.
Yeah.
So does Steam. I mean, Jason wouldn't lie and change his story and opinions randomly, right? Especially not to his loyal viewers and Heartbound fans. Let's skim the graphs and see what else we can see. Okay, 2021 minus the months of March, April, May, and June. His streaming is extremely good and consistent, with tons of stream days going past 10 hours and some days hitting 16 hours.
Yep.
2020 about the same for March, April, May, and June, and September, with the rest of the months being slightly less consistent, but still more consistent than not. Then we get to 2023, and this is incredibly consistent with the stream averages being 6 to 8 hours per day. Let's start diving back into Jason's tweets. So on June 2023, he catches COVID again. Okay, that seems to match up with his Twitch stats graph. Here there's a clear week gone. Let's see what Jason says in July.
That was a hell of a thing. That's the second time I've gotten COVID. The first time took 9 months to recover. This one took probably about, I think it was in total about 20 days. So
there's no point in time.
Yeah. Bullshit.
In 2020, 2021, 2022, or 2023, where he lost 9 months consecutively or stopped development for that period of time. He also, in the clip, claimed he got COVID twice in total, so that doesn't explain why there's 4 sections of gaps on development, since all these gaps are months apart and he only had COVID twice. Let's skip ahead to June 2024 and see what he says about these 4 years of development.
How long have you been working in this game? Was the coding a solo job? Yeah. Nobody else has touched the code base for Heartbound ever except for me. It's just me. I've been working on it for about 7 years, but I lost 2.5 years to COVID.
Okay, I hope it.
But I lost 2.5 years to COVID. Again, what can you expect with somebody with no integrity? Pure narcissism. No integrity.
At this point, you realize his excuses for not working on Heartbound and his tweets are filled with complete BS. Once again, he stopped development in 2020, 3 months between September to October, where he had his first COVID period of inactivity.
He said 2.5 years he had COVID.
Second COVID was in June 2023. No matter how you try to arrange this and make sense of it, the numbers don't work out. Especially since we can see his 2023, he basically had a perfect stream schedule. And if we look at 2021 and 2022, there were only 2 gaps where he seems to be affected and they're months apart. Jason basically just decided to quit working on his game sometime during 2020 and has been making random excuses since then on why he hasn't made progress. Chapter 3 Animus, the reason we've been going through this chart started all the way back in January of 2019. If we look at the latest patch in 2025, work on Chapter 3 Animus is still going somehow. We have gone through 6 years of development so far, and Jason hasn't been able to complete 14% of Chapter 3. Seriously, what the hell? Remember, Undertale took 2 years, 7 months to finish. The full entire game, with 3 times as much content as what Heartbound is currently delivering in 2025, with 10 years of development time under its belt. To put this into even more perspective, let's look at Yandere Dev, a developer notorious for having no clue what he's doing programming-wise, and spends the majority of his day responding to emails and maybe spending a few minutes each day working on his.
Isn't it sad, right? That Yandere Dev, the fucking weirdo, is held up in higher regard now. I've seen some of the other programmers that have like looked at Heartbound's code and they're just like, what in the fuck are you doing? One guy discussed it as the blast radius of code changes, right? And he's like, the way the Pirate software is doing it, if you try to add anything into the code, like if you want to add a new scene or a new bit of dialogue or anything like that, holy shit. The blast radius is all over, everywhere in the code. And they're the really tedious ones too. Like if you want to add a new middle choice of dialogue or anything like that, you have to increment all the other stuff by 1 everywhere in the code. Everywhere. Not just the array, but everywhere in the code. Holy shit.
Game. He makes more progress and more consistently than Jason does. Seriously, I'm not joking. Here's the updated list for Yandere Dev starting in 2020. Yandere Dev has made more progress and more consistently in that year alone than Jason has in the last 5. We just might be living in a timeline where Yandere Dev finishes his game before Jason does. And yes, I might have gone slightly crazy trying to plot 6 years of Animus development with conflicting tweets and time gaps on the Twitch stats graph.
Yep. Oh my god, it's fucking wild. Wild. Yeah, we're only gonna do the 1 video. Highly recommend checking the other 2 videos out though from it. It's fucking fantastic. Highly recommend checking out the other 2 videos. Right? Yeah, I know we were gonna do some Dread Templar. I like Dread Templar though. We're definitely come back to it. But obviously, you know, I'm a bit of a derp. So, yeah, I'm a bit of a derp. I'll accept it. I'll accept it. I just wanted to talk about the situations going on and stuff like that, and that spiraled and tangented off, and, you know, it is what it is. That be how it be. Nah, don't call it Derp Templar, because I don't want people associating Dread Templar with it, you know what I mean? I'm a derpkin. There you go. Oh. Yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the previews for the book and everything. Again, we're 103 pages in now. So that's been going really fucking good. We'll be continuing progress through. I'm really fucking glad. I'm glad I broke 100 by the chat. Well, technically we were at 99.99 pages. I literally, one more sentence would have put it to 100. And I only did that because there was a bunch of stuff I didn't like, so I trimmed things down and like smoothed things out and stuff. And it was like, then you realize, it's like, oh, I just pulled myself back under 100 pages. Fuck! Yeah. In the meantime, though, chat, hopefully you take care. Have a fantastic day. Stay safe and healthy. Get fit, get ripped. And remember, we will be watching Field of Dreams for Saturday Showtime. So, hopefully you guys will show up for that, because it is a genuinely awesome movie. It is one of the legendary films of all time for very good reason, right? Such reviewing Heartbound. Oh, piece of crime. Oh, piece of crime. I am so happy that people, that became like a meme for the RoboCop one. Oh, piece of candy. Oh, piece of candy. Oh, piece of candy. Yep. I hope you can too, Deus Vult. It is genuinely a legendary film for a reason. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Meantime, though, chat. Bye-bye for now. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.